Cool. So today I'm gonna work on the Animator app. Yesterday we made some really good progress for making it sync with music. I'm just gonna always start out these streams with just like some interesting things on Twitter. I thought this was interesting because I feel like this is one of those things that a site like this um, I feel like could be more specialized. Like having a whole site for all the prompts might I guess the words I'm looking for is like it spreads people too thin. Like, okay, so what do I want, right? I want a service I can just go specifically for cursor prompts, specifically for Windsurf prompts, because every agent's different. Um, but it's like specifically for coding. So I don't really want like a bunch of other stuff mixed in. And yeah, you can select the category, but I don't know. Maybe there's something to explore there. I'm interested to try out some sites like this because we've kind of built a good idea of what prompts work for us, um, but I think also it kind of makes sense. Like, there's not just going to be prompts for in the future for just coding, and there's going to be prompts for everything, like image generation, light shows, whatever. So there might be some space here to like make something that's really well designed. Good. I mean, the user experience is going to make something like this. Um, and I'm not really sure if there's something where you could have like a like kind of like a coder pad for prompts. Like, okay, so I go to a site like this, right? And I want to see, okay, first of all, I want to run like a quick little experiment, right? Let's say there's a cursor prompts, right? And I want to see, hey, quickly, does this what is this, what can this prompt do? And I can go into kind of like a little experimentation section where it takes like a system prompt that mimics the agent, the cursor agent, and then plugs in the prompt, and I can see maybe some result. Or even maybe just a few demos of what's been created with the prompt could go a long way. In other words, I think this is interesting because I think there's some space for finding something that works that isn't just like a list of the prompts, right? There's like so the two things would be like specialization of the prompts, which they're kind of doing with the category, but the next thing would be maybe like some demos / experimentation that you can do after you see the prompts, so you don't have to plug it in yourself and waste credits, right? So yeah, that was actually, I think, the only thing I thought was interesting last night when I was looking through. So now I'm going to work on the app. Yesterday we got it so the thing was animating with the files, but one issue is that these were not um, always in the right place, right? Like we had some extras. In other words, they were too sensitive, and it made the animation look a little weird. So we're going to spend probably the first a little bit tuning these. And I think one thing I'm going to do for this stream is kind of like pin like a set of goals that we hope to achieve. So I'm going to do that real quick today. The next thing, I'll put an apostrophe. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Synced. Oh, that's that's a word. Okay. Only one mesh. Great. That probably doesn't mean meshes for people. And then one thing I want to do is get started on the facial animations, which maybe I should, and some UI changes. Actually, maybe instead of that, TBD on the last one. I'm not really sure. I guess I'll put this like over here or something. Maybe over here. Cool. So if I remember correctly, these were all pretty good. Like if you look at the medium one, they're mostly in the right place. Every once in a while you get like they're mostly on these spikes. But one solution I wanted to try to do is like, so I think I already asked the question, you making changes to get the, I see. Okay, so this is still NA. That's where we left off. My goal here is to add enough descriptors so I can tell, hey, you know, why is there some that are in kind of a weird place? When we play the animation, the it's just some of them are kind of offbeat and they probably shouldn't be there. So maybe there's a descriptor we can find that, hey, random person, that's his name. Maybe there's some descriptors that we can find that can help us identify, hey, you know, this one, the reason why it's here is, or maybe there's some value that will allow us to filter out these ones that are, there's two solutions, either filter this out or make the animation a little more forgiving if there's extras. Like it's not quite as a large animation for each beat. So so I'm going to add descriptors to each of these. Okay. So that's one thing I will do. I guess if there's new people here, I'll show the what we're doing, because so we're working on this to add a new animation, a type of animation. So right now I can upload a music file. And randomize the settings I like to do, and then click click the apply, and it'll take a little bit to load. So we need to add some sort of loading component or something. And then it will animate sort of with the music, but you gotta wait till there's some drum beats I've been working on this for about, I think 3 weeks now. If I were to guess, probably getting close to 100 hours I've been working on this. So the animation right now is not cool, but the main purpose of this is I'm trying to visualize how well it's syncing with the beat. So the music that you guys hear right now, that's what it's attempting to sync to. And then once we get like a good sync. So right now, I know why that is, because we reduced a lot of the thresholds. There's a lot less lines, so that's why it's not moving. Yeah, and I think it's at this part of the soundtrack, so there's no lines. So what we're going to spend time doing for this initial part is trying to tune this so these are more well aligned. And then once it's synced, then we'll change the animation to be something a little more interesting. Maybe some sort of like glitch kind of animation, or like or maybe we can make the animation like it moves one of the pieces at a time, something like that. Some setting for that. The general workflow I'm doing here is like, I want people to, well, I figure out what was fun is like just clicking the random button over and over again and then generating new animations. So I need to add some settings that are allow people to get kind of either their vision or to get new ideas. Cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And hey, hey, new person. Don't know how to pronounce your name. So it should have answered our question. So I'm going to take a look at what new things it added that it's analyzing the audio file with. So we'll upload the same audio file. So this page here is not something that people will be using. This is mainly for testing at the moment. So I can see it's adding some new things, but they're NA, so that means it didn't really succeed. But I think probably it needs to make any changes to, this is our analysis file here. So they might need to make changes to this in order for those values to exist. To figure out why they would not be present. And since this has happened a few times, I usually add a prompt that's like, I usually say drastic approach, and generally it'll do something. Sometimes it does like really wacky stuff, but if it gets it to work, this is just a testing page, so it doesn't really need to be like maintainable or anything. So this value and stuff is wrong, and that's because it's actually pretty hard to do this. I didn't know that, but I tried to get the AI to do it. But estimating the beats per minute, I guess, is not an easy problem somehow. Because I was thinking, like, originally, what if we just make the animation sync with the beats per minute? I think that would be like an easy way to do it. But now that I think about it, maybe there is some. I already chatted with Grok before about this, but let me just double check. Is because if there is an easy way to do that, that would be a way to fix our problems. Because we could add that as like we mostly sync the animation with BPM and maybe do like a few extra based on some of the things that we brought in for the animation. This is Python. Mm-hmm. What I'm looking for is that the library has some estimate function or something. Looks like estimate BPM out of the box. So it printed this before. Where's the, so how does this work? Analyze. Oh, okay, but this is a problem, right? Like, let's say it's 10 BPM off. It's going to make the whole animation look really bad. So 5 to 10, I think that's maybe not good enough. Let's see, did this change anything? Timeline. Oh, I think it's... Yeah, we'll check. I should probably choose a smaller file, save a little time. That was actually pretty quick. Oh, nice, it fixed it. I don't even know what it did. Didn't look like it changed much. But... So yeah, I'm telling you guys, the drastic approach prompts is a little bit underrated. Because that, you know, the drastic approach prompt doesn't always produce bad code. And if it fixes it, especially on a test page, I think it's a really good prompt. Like, because I think that saved me quite a few times at this point. Any AI channels you're following, for example. Actually, I don't really watch any. I mostly use YouTube for entertainment. I get all my my news and stuff from Twitter. You can check out my this is my Twitter down here if you want to look at my following list or something. There's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of good AI stuff on Twitter. Like, there's a lot of people building. I'll show you guys, and it's kind of fun to follow their projects. It also gives you a good sense of like what's possible currently with this process. This guy I'm really impressed with. He's just built this with probably cursor Windsurf, but yeah, he's just vibe coding it, I guess. And I played it. It's pretty cool. Like the fact that he was able to get it to perform, and that's in browser, so it's not through an engine or anything. Just using 3GS. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So that's where I get my news and stuff. All right, cool. So we got some new values here. It's a little bit weird in the UI, but looks like RMS. Don't really know what that is. Raw value. Okay, I'm gonna ask what these are. So it added a raw value, the raw measurement of audio energy change in the frequency band. Okay, that sounds kind of promising. So we'll go through and look at at those values. So like we know, for example, like this one here, this is like a really, you know, this is one where you'd want the animation to have a lot of motion. So we should see like, is this transient? It's called a transient. Does it have a high value? And it's the third one. So it does have a higher value than the other two. Okay, that's good. And the one that we don't want is this one here in the middle, because it makes the animation move in a place that there's really not much change um, in the beat. And we can see that the raw value is lower here. This is the second one. So that's a good indicator here. So we might be filtering these based on this value. Let's verify a few more though before we do that. So this one I think is good. So let's see. But this one, which is the fifth, should be quite a bit higher. So let's verify that. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 2, 3, 4. So it looks like it's lower. Interesting. It's low enough that I'm like, okay. So it says the same as this one. And let's play it real quick. Just to see, like, would this be one that we would want to filter out? So we definitely wouldn't want to filter out this one. Let me look at the other values real quick. So RMS, what is that? The root mean square change in amplitude, overall loudness change. I don't know about that one. I guess we could sync the animation with how loud it is, but I don't really know if that would be a consistent thing that would work always. So let me just look at the values real quick though. So 1.8, 0.2, 0.8. So far it looks good. 1. Okay, that's good. This one's lower. We don't really, this one's okay, but it's 1.3. Okay. And this one's 0.8. So, all right. So probably not that one either. Dominant value, the value in the dominant frequency band should be the same. Okay, I need a new strategy, I think. So I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna basically give it my goal and try to get some new ideas. So my goal is to sync an animation to important features in the audio file. Right now we are using there are a few. Before I do anything, I'm probably going to commit because we're at a pretty good state. Oh, sorry, I didn't see this chat, Naz. Making the mechanics are kind of okay with vibe coding, but the assets and graphics are not so possible. Yeah, you need to use some other tools. I'll show you. First of all, like, you shouldn't rely on, I think, well, I guess it depends what you're trying to do. Like, I'll show you. Um, like, this guy, granted, I don't know if this guy is, you know, just using AI. He might be using, this was released like a few days ago. But the graphics are relatively simple. I think this would probably be the only model. And well, that would be a model too, and the soldiers, 3 models. But the rest of it, he said he's using shaders. So he's trying to optimize to have a lot of players. So potentially, you wouldn't need a lot of models for that. But if your goal is to make it so you can run with 600 players, then I think it makes sense to keep the graphics really simple. But this guy it's a survival game that is just one person, so not multiplayer. So in that case, I think he's a different goal. So he's loading in a lot of models um, and doing things that probably wouldn't be scalable. So, but you could vibe code it. You just need to load in models from other sites. So Tripo 3D is one, and some others, Trellis. And okay, so my goal is to. Right now we are using low, medium, high, but there are a few. Looking at it again, I honestly think it's not too bad. So I might just play around with these before I try to change our approach, these values here first. But what I'm going to do is make it so I don't need to load in the file every time to test because that's wasting a lot of time where I load it in, check. So I'm going to make it so it automatically updates based on the values I'm setting here, just without uploading the file again. So before I send something like this, I'm going to ask you to do that. Oh no, just add a button. So there's a button. There are sliders. That's the right term. There are sliders that can update low, medium. Is this project open source? I did have it open sourced. I'm willing to open source it again if some people want to work on it. But updating the visualization. All right, and I'm going to commit. So that's kind of a good process. Just make sure we've saved our progress. I have done it quite a few times where I'll forget to make some good progress, and then it's like it's kind of annoying with cursor, because when you reject the file, it'll reject changes from like way back here if you didn't accept them as well. So it's a bug, I guess. I'll play a little music. Okay, cool. It added the sliders. Not really sure what it's doing with the last part here. Claude tends to be sometimes pretty ambitious, so I'll stop it if it starts doing random stuff. But the last part is makes sense. Hey, Deep AI Knowledge, how's it going? I'm doing well. We're working on animating the models based on music, so you can upload a file and okay, yeah, that sounds good. It's adding some CSS. Why not? Cool. So now we can more effectively like optimize what these values should be. Because before I was just like, okay, so the ones that we care about are these three. We want to try to have all of these at the right place. So firstly, we have no low, these low frequency ones. I'll zoom in. So I'm gonna set this to be lower. I don't see any changes yet, so, oh, it actually is changing something now. So I noticed like some removed from there. I'll set this to 0. I think I know what's happening here. I think by default, we should set these all to 0, so that way they're all, just as a quick little hot fix here, so we can test it better. But I think what's happening is only the ones based on the default values appeared. That's my guess anyway. So I'm just gonna modify myself real quick to be all 0s. Probably should zoom out a little bit. Like I want you guys to see it, but at the same time it's like, all right. Oh, I noticed these sliders didn't change. So I'm gonna ask it to also change the sliders. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I changed the sliders. That's good. Cool, let's test it out now. So I'm gonna upload the file again. Nice. All right, cool. Now let's play around with these values. So this is basically every time there's anything at all, and we want to tune this to be the right spikes and stuff. So I'm gonna first put this up a little bit. Okay, so now they're all gone, the purple ones. Okay, this is good to know. Basically, they're all within 1.1 to 1.2. So I'm increasing the decimal points here, so that way we can get really precise. And I'm sort of hoping this will work for all types of music based on what we configure here, but it's, you never know. Okay, so like out of all of these, this one definitely should exist, that medium one. I think I know what happened there. Okay, I see. If there's multiple in the same place and I remove them, this is going to be replaced by the one that's under it, I guess. Okay, so now we just have the high one. Okay, we got the 3 decimal points now. So I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna actually pause the stream music so we can better understand. See, that was a good one. These two not so. So let's tune it a little bit so it's a little higher. Bro, these are really close together. Do they all have the same value? They're separated by the third decimal point. Okay, that's good to know. So these are like... Let's play it again real quick. Ah, so this one's gone. Yeah, I haven't had good luck with this lower one. I'm just going to turn it off for now. Oh, wait, I wonder, does this have something to do with it? Do these do anything? Okay, those are related to the other things that we're not looking at in this like visualization here. Also, something interesting about this. I have a question. Did you choose framework or pure.js? I just use pure.js. I'm using a library for this audio analysis, which is Meta. But you know, the lines, like this visualization of the waveform, I was actually really amazed. It did this all by itself. It drew like it sampled the audio at each location using Meta, but then it actually drew all the lines. So I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And it did it all extremely quickly. So, and this isn't going to be in the thing. It's just for me to, it's just for my testing at the moment. Yeah, so I'm going to turn off the low one for now. Oh yeah, it's the higher the value. That's cool. Let's just try to tune these, the mid and high ones, because those tend to be pretty good. Probably 90% of the time, they're in the right place. I'll zoom out a little bit so I can do both. Okay, let's play it now that we've removed some of them. Oh, nice. I can tell, like, I think it was at the... I don't remember the term. You have the kick, right? And then you have the other thing. But we're going to turn down the high one too. Or turn up. I have to remember that. Oh, that's good, see? Nice. That's working really well, that part of the song. Nice. I think we're actually pretty close. Awesome. All right, cool. Let's try with these values. So I'm going to go in and replace and I think along with this, excuse me, we're going to make the animation a little more forgiving. So we'll do both things. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention I'm also using 3JS. I think I just said vanilla JavaScript. But that's it. I think I'm going to turn off the bounce because that's also kind of making it look bad. Okay, so now it's loading. So there'll be no movement, really, in the beginning. It's pretty good. The only thing was that beginning part, which we saw in the visualizations. There's a few too many. All right, cool. I think that's good enough. I think now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna first commit that so I can test it later, but also make the animation, like even if it's a little bit wrong, sometimes it shouldn't be so dramatic. So I think it has something to do with these values, but I'm just gonna ask it to tune it a little more for that purpose. So it's the this one. Oh, it's actually not this one. It's the audio settings. So to do this, make the smoothing by default very high, reduce the movement by default by quite a bit, make the, by default, everything in the model move together. And let's maybe change up the animation. So instead of this sort of like, I don't even know, whatever you call this, let's make it maybe a little more similar to this accordion animation. But I think I'm gonna run this prompt first and then do that, so that way we can smooth it out and then change the animation. So reduce the movement by default, make by default in the model together. What else? Change any settings you think would achieve our goal. And I think one other thing is I should attach this file, but other than that. And then after that, we'll change the animation to be, I'll show you guys what I think maybe it could look like. It's this accordion one. I was thinking like it'd be cool to have like a, okay, so the goal here is like I upload like a city model or something, and it's going to animate all of the city together. And it's going to be kind of like a, maybe kind of like an Inception looking thing with the music. So randomize this. So I'll just randomize till I get roughly what I'm thinking. Obviously with the music, I think it'll be a little less dramatic, the movement of the stuff. It should be kind of, I think by default, not a lot of movement, because like we showed, it's not like, it's not 100% that those markers are in a good place. So we should make it basically really highly smoothed. All right, let's see if it's finished with the changes. All right, cool. Let's see what it did real quick. So it changed all of these, which I actually don't really like that, so I'm probably gonna change that because we already tuned that ourselves. So I'm gonna go ahead and change it back real quick, this part. But the others we'll keep. Okay, now we'll upload the new file, or the music file. And apply it. I just realized something. I'm gonna reject these changes because I made the mistake before doing this too. I attached the wrong file. So I'm gonna make a new chat. So the audio analyzer is the actual file that modifies the, like we already tuned that. So what we want actually is the audio animation file. So I'm gonna reload because I'm gonna make sure the controls on the playback aren't broken, because that was kind of a weird change in the controls. Although I just rejected the changes, so I don't think that's related. put this? All right, cool. Yeah, the controls are the same. I'm debating whether I should play a 1 minute or just wait. I think it's almost done, so I'm just gonna wait. In the homepage, I'm thinking to make it a little more zoomed in on the model, because the guy who made the model, he did a really good job. It looks really good. So I'll maybe make it like, instead of this, maybe it can show off the lighting a little better, like this, and then it's animated. Or the reflections, I mean. So let's see. So it changed this file, so we reject this file, but these two files are good. So let's now try it out. The moment of truth. I think I'm gonna apply it again, but make it all move together, because it just looks weird. So it'll load again. All right, another thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove all this rotation stuff. Just the position. Because our next goal here is to just try to make the animation look interesting. Yeah, they should add that to the title, the kind of road to. Have some. I see some people, they have these like goal things on their stream. But, I'm trying to think, like, we should add an animation that people would actually use for something, like in a video, or like my original motivation for this part was I saw some like cool reels where it's like they have like these models that are being animated to the music, and it's like, I was thinking that would be the use case. So we should try to make this animation like it's probably good enough synced, at least part of the soundtrack. So now we should focus on like I think it would be nice to have a rotation, but it should be changing, like you're... Like, kind of like the models flying around or something to the music. I think that could be... That was kind of like the reel I saw. Yeah, the music is Suno 4.5, so... Oh, no. No, sorry. This one is not. Some of them were that I added, but this one was from the, I think 3.5, actually. No, it's 4. It was the last one. I should generate all the new music with 4.5 because it's really good. Dekeno, did you see some of the music people are generating? I was pretty amazed. So let's go ahead and try to change the... Oh, I know. We can maybe add... settings that control where the model flies to at different points of the... at different timestamps or something. So create a new chat, and we're going to change the animation itself. So that should be this one. Attach the right one this time. Hey, Baymax, I'm working on this animation player. Oops. The goal is like you can upload a model, maybe that you generated with AI or something, and then you can apply some different types of animations. So this would be one of them. It's like one that syncs with music. And I'm trying to get the animation to look cool with the music. Okay, so this one attached. Oh no, and we want to attach the settings. Suno 4.5 is amazing. Also has the best prompts adherence of all the music models. Yeah, that makes sense. So the model is flying to different points at different points of the song. I think flying like Superman or something. There should be controls to indicate, to allow you to enter different locations the model flies to, attached to timestamps. I think that'll be interesting. It might not, I'm kind of curious how it'll look, but I think while it generates, I'm gonna grab another coffee, but I will be back in a minute. No, it's still generating. Waypoint manager. Is this a new file? Okay, interesting. Shit. Okay, cool. I think it's adding the settings now. So that'll be good. So the idea here is like you can either set the settings so it flies to the different places that you want. Like maybe you're putting in like a website or something, or it's like a little movie. Or you can just like randomize it and then just goes wherever. So hopefully the randomize will work immediately, but you never know. I have a good feeling about this because when I did this with the birds, it did a very similar thing where for the birds for the game, and it generated all the waypoints, and the birds were all animated and they're flying around. So I think it might do this similarly. Cool. Oh, nice. Oh, enables Superman flight mode. Okay. Fly between waypoints. Okay, so I don't see the actual like place to put where it's flying to, but we can add that after. For some reason it changed the settings like where they are, but let's go ahead and try it. Okay, and then no error, so that's good so far. All right, let's wait till the beat drops, I guess. Kind of looks the same to me, so let's maybe add a few logs or something. I'm just gonna print it directly because there's this bug where wait, hold on, actually in the console. When you open the console, that it makes everything like everything steadily gets bigger forever, and I don't really feel like fixing it. So. I guess while it does that, I'm gonna try randomizing it. Also, let's ask it to make a loading thing. Oh, this one's actually pretty good because this one's actually pretty good. I'm going to save the settings for this one. Looks a little more natural somehow. Less janky. That's actually pretty good. This one's pretty good. It's basic, but it looks okay. Oh, I just realized something. So we know the 90%, like it's roughly 90% right, I would say. What we can do is maybe have a little section here where people can drag those bars themselves, you know, this visualization we have. They can actually put it in the right place if it's off. So we'll maybe put it like right under the file, and they can drag these things to where they need to be. Or maybe it's like a checkbox, like advanced settings or something, because you don't want to make people feel that's required. All right, that's pretty good. And also, I'm probably going to set these as the default settings. Okay, it is logging it, which I didn't really want, but okay, it's just tons of logs. Just making sure I save that. But I think I'm going to go ahead and try playing it again and see if it does hit these. Okay. So that's a problem. Okay, I'm going to do something different though. Remove all these logs and just print it directly in the component where the waypoints are under a debug button. Do not use console logs. Because that way the user can also debug it. I think, well, it's not even debugging. It's more like they're setting the waypoints on themselves. I probably should, instead of sending this prompt, it should be like, move all the logs. I think for now, okay, we'll just print it, but we can change it so it's not really a debug. It's like they can go in and add the waypoint or remove the waypoints themselves, and maybe it's like here or something. And then after that, we will add the visualization. I would jump over to Windsurf and do it, but the problem is these are modifying, they'd be modifying the same files. So. Okay, so now it's modifying the settings. So that should be the last thing, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna play it now. Just in case, it's already working. All right, it's interesting, but I don't see any prints yet for in the component. So let's just only attach the component, which is but generally there can be some issues if I don't reload every once in a while. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Hey, Draft Live. I'm working on animating the model to music, so you can upload like a music file, and it'll move with the music. So we're gonna do the drastic approach prompts, but first, before I do that, let me just see real quick what it tried to do, because there might be some code we don't really want. I'll see it added a bunch of like visuals, but we can't see it. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so it separated it so you have all your settings for if the flight mode is enabled, and then all of the settings if it's not. So let's kind of change that. Like it should be enabled. It should be visible always. Like there's no flight mode. There's no flight mode. No flight mode. There's no yeah, I gotta tell it to. There's no flight mode. Just always show the settings available for the flight of the model if they select the checkbox for the flight mode, for the Superman flight mode. Yeah, and I'm gonna check one more thing, like the size of this file. I don't think it's too big, but if it gets too big, then it's not going to be good results. So it's fine at the moment. When it gets to 1,000, you gotta rethink a little bit. Always show the settings. Okay, cool. And make sure to print to allow the user to control the waypoints if you haven't already. Oh, and I don't want to send the extra file there. So there. Sometimes if you send another file, it's going to try and modify something that shouldn't. So just got to keep it. Only attach the file that's you want to edit there. So basically when they select the checkbox, then it should show an extra set of settings. Cursor is $20 a month, and then Windsurf is 15. Windsurf recently changed their billing model, which made my video that I guess it's not that recent, but the video that I made is completely out of date. So Windsurf's actually much cheaper now because they removed the flow action credits. So, and Windsurf, honestly, I don't even know why I'm not using it at the moment. I definitely should be using it right now because like if you go over, it's going to be just as cheap as Cursor now. If you go over the 500 free credits, or it's not free, 500 credits you get with the subscription. Yeah, so you say make super strict and hard rules for Cursor. Just give it info to make rules. Analyze all the problems that Cursor does in 3D. Yeah, so that's, I don't really use Cursor rules, but I don't know. This is my strategy. I'm sure there's like, I'd love to hear different approaches that's worked for people. There are definitely some things that make huge differences in what you get. I'd say the most counterintuitive thing that I've learned, I've like consistently run into a wall, and then I'm like, how can I better progress? Is you want to work with the AI, not be attached to traditional programming kind of patterns. So like the idea of not duplicating code is so like entrenched in your mind that that when you're trying to work with AI, you're like, okay, I'm going to reuse this component all the time. But the problem is the AI's bottleneck is reading code and having a scenario where you're adding a bunch of edge cases into like a component. So I am taking a much more liberal approach to just duplicating code all the time. So each one of these is all duplicated, the playback and everything, and the goal is to minimize the, I guess you could call it the the amount of code that has to read for each generation, and that really improves the results that you get, because it's very easy to get stuck for days. Like for example, if I stuck all of these animations into into this playback, it's gonna not get very good results. So as soon as I moved over to this approach, I was able to make this very quickly, this audio animation section. And it's a little bit of a trade-off because obviously for the user, they'll need to go to different pages in terms of like how that feels. Yeah, cursor rules are interesting. I don't know. I don't know. If I saw like some demo or something, but honestly, I'm willing to try anything. So if you have some good rules that have worked for you, feel free to send it. Updated. Cool. Let's try it out. So if I select this, it should show the new settings. Looks like it's not. So let's see if there's any errors or anything. Okay, so it's probably related to this unknown parameter section. So I like the drastic. I usually say take a drastic approach and then verify that it's not writing horrible code that is completely not going to work. But a lot of times it'll fix it, even if it does write horrible code. Um, yeah, so I've experimented with cursor rules. I last month I worked on this game. I just didn't really see a lot of benefits, but it's possible that I just haven't found the right rule. Maybe. I mean, my strategy is to minimize the amount of context I'm sending, I guess. So, but then again, I'm totally open. So if you have some different cursor rules that you found worked really well compared to, um, without it, I do know there are patterns, of course, that like things that you say will help you generate better stuff. So, like for example, this drastic one is something that's worked for me. Um, but also the structure of your project, like how you structure your project, I think is probably the most important thing in terms of like making sure you're limiting the context that you send at all times and really trying to work with the strengths of the AI. So I think it's very easy to get frustrated and be like, hey, the AI, it's limited here. But although there are limitations, it's like there's ways to work around it. You just have to make a sacrifice in your app. Like, hey, I'm going to duplicate a bunch of code here, but I'm going to add a separate section that does the thing that I want. And then it can do a really good job. All right. That's a little bit too much, too big of a drastic approach. So I reject those changes. However, let's see if it's, I think this will throw an error, this part. So it made a new file, this controller part, which I don't really want. So I'm also going to reject this. And just out of curiosity, we'll see. Let me see if it actually imported the controller. Okay, it didn't. So let's see if it works. Oh, nice. See, it works. So I'm telling you guys, the drastic, like, it might do some crazy stuff, but like, it generally fixes a lot of things for some reason. Like, this is the third time today that has worked pretty well. Yeah, I'll show you. Real quick. So I'm working on this animation tool right now. I'm working on it syncs with audio, but I have some other animations I can show real quick. It's slow to load because this is a big model. I should. So right now I have these. I have motion animations, morph animations. I'll show you the morph ones. The idea here is you upload a model and can apply animations pretty simply, and then you can export it and put it in your game or video. Like After Effects supports GLBs, so this is just one type here, and you can change it. And I like to just click the randomize settings button to get like a new animation, to kind of get like different ideas and stuff like that. So like this would be one, for example. I actually like this one. That's pretty cool. The idea here also is like, you randomize it a bunch, because I was thinking like, like a game like Baldur's Gate, for example, it's really fun to just like randomize the character to get like roughly what you were thinking and then modify it from there. So I was thinking it could just be kind of fun too. Like you could upload a model of yourself because you can take a picture of yourself and get a 3D version from 2D pretty easily. Just go on Trellis and then you can like do all sorts of animations with your with yourself. I think that's kind of cool. I'll show the morph animation real quick. Maybe on a different model. So the way that you apply morphs to this is you like select a region of your model. So this is the lasso tool. This is another tool, just to select all of the vertices, and you click prepare. And you can select, okay, cloth, growth. So I'll do the cloth one. And it actually modifies the vertices. So that the motion one is just like moving the, they're called meshes. It's just part of the model. And these ones allow you to move the actual model itself, like the vertices of the model. So this is like a cloth. So I just recently added a randomize for this one. So. Okay. And then there's like a growth one. So this is, and like you can add it to your website and stuff. So for example, like this is the ones I added for the homepage of this one. This is like a noise animation. So, and then when you want to add it to your project or video, you can just export it here, and then you can pretty much so you can edit an engine, so like Unreal Engine, Unity. I tested on Godot, so then you can just play the animation and it works with the way you did here. Is that jiggle? Oh yeah, I know why that happens. That's a bug. So if you export and then play again, it kind of glitches out. So I gotta fix that. But all right, cool. So that's what I'm working on. Thanks for joining. Okay, cool. So now we have the settings. So we should be able to add. Oh, it says there's no waypoints. So I wonder if that was the issue. Oh, very cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and ask it to make a bunch of waypoints by default. Populate it with a random set of 5 waypoints. And it should have time. It has a time, so that's good too. Attached to different times. Also, can you verify that the currently flies gradually to the next waypoint? I think it probably does, but just make sure. I gotta make sure to attach this file. I'm gonna push because I'm happy that I got the settings or commit. Just make sure it doesn't do anything too crazy. All right, cool. So we're gonna populate with 5 waypoints and then a validation. Okay, cool. And make sure it shows in the UI. I guess we can test it while we wait, just out of curiosity. So at 10 seconds, oh, I did this before. I have to click it. Oh, there we go. Oh. All right, let's just set it to 2. Okay, and then we'll change the Y to... All right, that'll be good enough to test, I think. And then save. All right, cool. So in the first part of the audio clip, it should be moving kind of diagonally. And then apply. The only thing I don't like is it kind of removed a lot of the settings when I wonder if I didn't set the value high enough. gonna edit this, I think. Let's make it much higher value. Audio influence, interesting. Okay, yeah. So I feel like this is not being applied at the moment. So I'll generate 5. Oh, cool. Another thing I'm gonna validate real quick. If the size of this file is getting too big, we're gonna run into some issues. All right, so we're kind of getting there. Like 1,200 lines. Kind of really struggles. All right, so let's apply it with the new waypoints it made. So it's loading. So in the first 5 seconds, one thing I do like that it did though, I didn't even have to ask it to do this, which generally I do, is it generated a new file for the waypoints. So it didn't just stick it in the audio animation file. There's this button here. I wonder if that's printing something. Oh, it's playing again. Okay, so that's something we should probably fix. It seems like it's stuck in a loop with the, oh, it stopped. Oh, never mind, that's fine. Okay, the debug button is what's playing it again. It's like starting the analysis again for some reason. So I'm gonna tell it to try to debug. Cancel that. And I'm probably gonna commit. Because added the random waypoints. This is a pretty simple change, but I like that. Right now the model is not moving to the waypoint set. Can you debug? That's the case. I'm gonna, while we're waiting, I'm gonna see if we can find some unused code to shrink the context size. Or we can definitely take this part out into a separate file. It's just a utility thing. But let's try to find the biggest part. Alright, actually, it's pretty good. It's not really much. Alright, and then another thing is fix it so when I have... Wait, let me see if I unselect this. Okay, cool. So if I unselect this, all of the settings appear again. Oh, it's probably... hold on, general. Oh, never mind. Yeah, so we'll ask it to fix that too. Claude adds prints so much. I made this, or I download this plugin to remove all the prints in a file. It just loves its prints. I'll do it a bit later. Okay, we do not want this, so this part, definitely remove that. But first we'll see if it works. Another thing Claude does is it likes to add fallbacks without asking, so it'll add things that like you would never want in your code. So you kind of have to just remove it. Okay, worth trying. Oh, I forgot to select the audio file. Am I self-employed? I used to work at some software company, Salesforce, and worked at Expedia. Now I'm chilling a little bit. All right, so it's still not moving to the waypoint. Let me look at the code real quick with the... Have I used open hands? Let me look what that is. I haven't used it. Oh, that's cool. Is it like a list of agents you can apply or something? That's kind of a cool idea. Let's see, is it in VS Code? Oh, is it a separate editor? Doesn't look like. Interesting. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out later. Sounds something interesting. All right, so I'm gonna read the file real quick. So I'm gonna go into this. This is the file we care about here. And look at where it's using the waypoints. Okay, so we pass in the waypoints. Okay, I have an idea, which is like make the do a drastic approach to making the waypoints of the animation in this file. The waypoints should take precedence over everything else, but still. I'm just going to attach this file. I guess while it does that, we can modify this other file, which is the please make it so when I select the Superman flying checkbox that all settings still display. Right now, some of the settings get cut off. Attach the file. I should probably switch to Windsurf because I still have a lot of or like the 500 credits for this month. So I think I might be over for cursor. Cool. Let's try that. That sounds promising. So let me just click apply again. Might be one of those things I have to reload. So I will do it. And the next thing we'll do is debug that the waypoints are getting passed into the file. Let's double check this. Oh, so this is not right, so I'm gonna reject that. But yeah, let's go ahead and play this. And then what I'm gonna do is add a few prints. Oh, but I don't think these waypoints are very drastic. We should make it very drastic so we can see. Oh my gosh, yeah, I think that might be why. Let's try again. That should be something pretty simple with the... So we're running two different queries right now. One with the fix the UI and then the but they're separate files, so it's okay. I'm gonna add high smoothing. Interesting. Okay, cool. So generate dramatic waypoints. All right. This should be, I mean, now we'll be able to tell like pretty clearly if it's working or not. Like it's gonna fly all over the place. I just watched a spider fall. All right. Oh, so it's still generating code, so. Okay, let's try it. That's kind of a cool button. I like that actually. Like people should be able to determine, but I think they already have a sliding button down here, or a sliding option. All right, we tried the drastic approach prompt, so something else has to be going on. I think the waypoints aren't getting passed to this file. A validation that the waypoints. First, I'm gonna ask it to validate. I might have to go through this other file. I mean, maybe we didn't do that. That could be. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, my plan is like, once this tool is useful, like for people, like maybe they're making videos with it. Like this one was motivated by like a reel I saw. Then there'll probably be some, like any paid features will be probably AI related. So like if you're generating an AI model, or if you're generating skeletal animations with AI, like it's auto rigging it, stuff like that. That would be kind of like the paid stuff. And then because I think that makes most sense for this. But everything else will be free. Is my plan. Like this would be free. Let's see, why is it grepping things? I think I'm gonna make a new chat because we should have everything it needs. So just a little confused. I'm gonna load in another model too. I want to see what it looks like with a city or something. Because we can make like a... That was my original idea, to be like a kind of Inception animation. I think Windsurf generates some too. Let me see. All right, we'll try this. No. All right. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and look for this print here. If it's there, then we know it's at least getting the waypoints. Okay, so we're not printing this. So let me go ahead and add a print here, just to make sure I'm here. Oh, I have a feeling it's related to this, whatever this is flagged here. So I'll just make sure we're here. Okay, yeah, so we hit here, but I have a feeling this is false here. This, okay, so now we do this again. And then we'll tell the AI the situation. Yeah, see, it's false, So the flight mode, enable flight mode is false, is the issue. We don't need this flag. Instead, we should always use the waypoints if there is more than one waypoint passed in. So I think that should fix it. Then we should be able to see some stuff. I don't know why some people join and they chat for a bit and then they delete all their messages. It's very privacy forward, I guess. It's actually a common thing. I don't know. All right, so let's try it now. I think this may work. Okay, so now let's see if it hits this print here. So updating flight animation. Okay, so now we know something else, which is the waypoints is 0. So it's kind of what we suspected before. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with that. Although I had one guy coming in and he was like asking for my phone number and stuff. I'm like, and then he deleted all his messages. But it wasn't, he's asking it because he wanted me to make a cursor account for him. So it's like, what's going on? So now we tell the AI that. So this is kind of the workflow that I do. Like if it's not working, add some prints, kind of figure out roughly where the problem is, and then report the findings. Okay, so dot length equals 0, even though waypoints in the settings. Please make it so when we set the when we have waypoints in the flight waypoints, that these are certainly being sent over to the animation. I don't attach the other file, so maybe one issue is like these aren't saved in some state or whatever, or at least it's not passing that state. So please make it. In audio. Sometimes can't attach the file, so you have to go to the file and then type it again. Oh, I see. I need to also attach the... Oh, that makes sense. Probably the issue is here. Oh, my camera's off. I just realized. Sometimes it dies. How long has it been off? Oh, my camera's been off for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, I'm charging my camera, so it's gonna turn back on soon. What model am I using? Yeah, 3.7 for me is just... Well, so yeah, they all have their personalities. It's kind of funny. Like 3.7 is generally the best one for me, but Gemini is better for more like surgical sort of stuff. Like if you need to read a lot of code and insert changes, but honestly, it's still the bottleneck for all the models is reading a lot of code and making changes to So what I'm doing now, for example, I'm attaching 3 files. That's kind of the the amount of context I'm sending here is it could potentially make it not perform very well. So yeah, Gemini, well, Cloud is kind of like a very ambitious uh, developer who will do things that you don't really ask it to do. So it'll add like fallback code, and if things aren't working, it's gonna add a bunch of random prints, um, and then Gemini is kind of like it kind of like tunnel visions a little bit. Like for example, one time I was having an issue with 3GS, and it went into the library and made a change in the in the node modules. So it actually went. I was like, what the heck? Um, yeah. So and then those are really the two that I use is Cloud and Gemini. I don't really use any others. Okay, so I'm turning back on the camera. Gemini 2. What? That's hilarious. Gemini 2.5 Pro. Is it? That's not real, right? Yeah, go look at his channel. No, that's pretty fun. Gemini sometimes does a good job, depending on the task. Like if I get stuck. Oh yeah, and I also use Grok for chatting. Like when I'm trying to figure out, like generally my first step is like figuring out if what I'm trying to do is viable. Then I will then I will talk to Grok for a while until I get kind of a general idea of how to do it. And then, but I never really use Grok 3 to code very much, except for shaders. Grok 3 is pretty good at shaders for some reason, but I haven't really had much luck with much else. Okay, so we've made some changes. I think it might have fixed this, but we're going to verify with the print. So I'm going to apply it again. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Okay, we have the waypoints, so that's good. That's a good start. Let's see if it moves now. It should move at 10 seconds. Oh shoot, we got an error. So. Oh, what the heck. All right, I'm gonna reload, and hopefully we can grab the error before it vanishes. I don't really know what that was. But I'm glad that we got the waypoint at least loading in. So generate the waypoints, and let's play it. Okay, I see what's happening. It's freezing, so something is amiss here. There's the error. Assignment to constant variable, so that should be an easy fix there. I'll just attach the one file though. I'm not going to switch it back because don't want to give anyone a stroke with this flashing. Oh, that's here. Oh, so I attached the wrong file. I figured I'd go with the right one. It's always nice. I think probably this part. I'm gonna reload it. Any experience with 8? Man, a lot of people, they come in and they thanks Max. They give me some cool things to look at. So I haven't heard of this one. Aider. Let's see, what is this? Aider lets you pair program. So is it a new agent? It works best with. Oh, in the terminal? I think it would be cool to have one with NeoVim or something. But I think the NeoVim community is not so much of a fan of. I'm sure there is one already though. Really, Max? That's interesting. I'm gonna bookmark it. Works much faster. Can't reckon it. Interesting. What about the cost? When I switch over to Klein, the cost is always pretty high. Granted, I'm sure that's the actual cost, sort of hidden behind the cursor agent and stuff. So it's, it does outlines and things of your code. With the client, I'm probably just sending the whole thing. Well, I'm definitely gonna try this out then. I'd love something that's just works faster as long as it's good and roughly similar price. Klein, I just really burned through the money, so. All right, so let's try it. I think we just fixed that error, so I think it should work now. And then what we're gonna do is do a lot of smoothing between the waypoints. And then also make the waypoints actually align with the music. Nice. All right, cool. So we got the waypoints. That's although he's flown off the screen. So let me reduce the severity or the how dramatic these waypoints are. And I have a feeling the original problems that we were running into was because I wasn't attaching the waypoint file when I was trying to fix it. That was probably a pretty good contributor. So faster, cleaner, more focused, the cheapest, really. Oh, okay, so you bring in your API keys. McKenna says almost 1K viewers. Thanks, man. Yeah, 1% of the way there. Man, I gotta clean up this this chat thing on the screen. But anyways, yeah, I'll try it out, man. That's interesting to know it's cheaper. So let's reduce how dramatic the waypoints are. The random waypoints are. And now what we're gonna do, now let's add more influence from the music. So the way it should work is like the waypoints are sort of a guiding light of where it should go, but it shouldn't strictly just like fly to it. It should be a gradual thing too. So the transients should still animate, but while it's being animated, it's gradually flying to the next endpoint. change the values so they aren't all in units of 100. Instead, make it units of 10. Okay, and then we also have to attach the audio animation one. I'm just making sure I attached all the things. I think I did. It's a major source of bugs. Oh, but before I should commit, because... All right, cool. Let's see where it's at. I might go get a third coffee. Could hit my quota. I'll be right back. Just a minute, and then yeah. Yeah, I'm approaching 4 coffees daily, so I'm gonna try to keep it under 600 milligrams of caffeine. It's probably don't want to be too crazy. But yeah, the coffee is granted, I think you rely on it right, for a while. Not really sure, but I really like coffee, so I like the taste. And thanks, man. Oh, you said it. Max said it's not an agent. It's not an agent. Interesting. But you know, 2 coffees a day, I think that's probably about right, right? I probably shouldn't be so crazy with it. Okay, one thing I'm gonna check before anything else, just making sure we didn't break the existing stuff because I liked it. I don't want to break the animation that currently is there because then I have to backtrack. Nice. Okay, so I'll just make sure it's still animating with the beat roughly. All right. So now let's do the waypoints now, see what it does. Because I think it's done generating, right? Let me double check. Okay. Are you serious? I was actually gonna get... Where's he going? I can't really tell. Is that with the beat? Maybe a little bit? Oh, I think we hit the... Like, you see there's no more waypoints, so he just sort of kind of like jitters in place or something. Hey Ramsey, how's it going? But actually this is close to what I was thinking. Like this kind of a glitch, and it's a little bit. But let's make sure to fill the whole song with waypoints if they click the generate button, so that way we can watch it. I'm gonna commit that though. That's kind of it's getting there. Can we add enough waypoints to fill the song? User uploaded. Limited to 5. And we'll maybe give a number, maybe like 10 waypoints or something. Or maybe make it one waypoint every 20 seconds. Or maybe we make it configurable. Every set it every some number of seconds. Make it configurable in the UI. So that's the audio settings. Waypoint manager. Cool, I think that's it actually. Make sure I committed, I think I did. Okay. Hey Ramsey, I think you joined before, right? I think I've seen your name. When you vibe code another game. I'm gonna get back to the other game after I finish this animation tool or get close to. I think I'll probably be working on this animation tool another week and a half, but then I will be gone for a while. There's my girlfriend and I have been planning a vacation for some years, so I'm gonna be gone for for a while, probably. But I will be not years, like a year, but I will be back probably like 6 weeks, I think, 6 to 8 weeks. But I think I might still upload a few videos. I'm not really sure. But I kind of wanted to get as much done here. Actually, no, I'll be able to stream for another, because it's gonna be May 20. Okay, so I'll be still working on this for another 2 weeks. Then when I get back, I'll start working on the game, the MOBA. After GTA. Oh, Ramsey, you're testing web. Yeah, I was really amazed. It's pretty motivational, but honestly, I think at first I was like, man, it's gonna suck. I'm not gonna be able to work on this as much. But I think also I'm excited for when I come back. The models will probably be quite a bit better. I hope. I hope there'll be like some good releases. Because right now, like my tool set is basically one model. It's this 3.7 one Cloud, but it'd be really nice if I had some more that were just as good. Gemini is close, but I just feel like it's not quite there. Because then well, first of all, I want one cheaper. I feel like Cloud is I can't really use it, with Klein or anything. So that's one like silver lining, is like when I get back, I feel like I'm gonna be happier with the what we can do. So. GTA 6. I feel like the Keno's really excited for. Seem really excited for the launch there. How long have you been waiting? Okay, so that should be a simple, because it's just defining twice or something. He's been waiting since he was born. Man, there's a lot to live up to there. We'll see if it's good. I've been a victim of too many hyped games, so. I remember I was like really excited for Watch Dogs. And then, what was another one? I guess Dark Souls 2 was another one. I didn't really like Dark Souls 2 very much. But Dark Souls 3 was very good. All right, let's see if it waypoint for. I like that. That's good. Let's do every 10 seconds. Okay. So it didn't quite work there. That's all right. Oh, I didn't upload audio. That's that's kind of an essential part of what I'm trying to do. So upload. Now let's try. Okay. So right now I will tell what's going on. I'm just gonna make sure there's no errors, because that would help if there was. Ah, nice. We got some errors. So if I click this, nice. Wait. What I need to do is I use Cloud some Gemini. Yeah, you know that's what some people keep saying. Like I think the Kano you like Gemini 2.5 better. I don't know. I just haven't. Maybe it's the tasks you guys are doing is maybe a little different. I don't know, but for some reason I find general for me the 3.7 I get much better results with. But I do switch to Gemini when I get stuck for a while. Sometimes it can, uh, but I just find that the context length that is listed, like a million. I'm not getting a million. I'm getting a 2,000 lines maybe optimistically, and then it kind of breaks down. So yeah, it depends on the task. That's what I figure. I mean, it's not bad though. Like definitely, it's maybe like I would say 15% worse at what I'm doing with Gemini than Cloud. So it's not like a huge difference. I feel like, but sometimes it comes in handy, I guess. All right, so we actually didn't get an error related to the generate waypoints, but it's related to when we upload the song. I'm not sure if we're storing it in settings. Or maybe when we have the file, we need to actually get the length of the file, which I'm not really sure. Okay, yeah. So let's feel free to add a utility function in a utility file. Maybe call it get length of song, and the file is music utils. This is a way just to to be fair, I'm usually working on bigger projects. Yeah, it depends, what you're doing. I just find that the context length is pretty limited with Gemini 2. Like even if you're using it, um, what's listed, I think basically like the more context there, the less performant it is, or the less it can um, do the things that you expect. Or maybe it just gets there's just enough for it to get more confused. I don't really know, but I find that if there's like more than 1,000, 2,000 lines, like total, I can't really get a lot done. How are these tools going to impact the industry? Software dev. Plan to release an app. Yeah, I think there's going to be two types of software engineers: the frontier engineers, so the people working on like SpaceX and close to hardware, robotics, and then you're going to have a lot of developers that are building products, but it's going to be small teams. So because just like a few people can make a service, so it's going to be kind of like a lot of self-employed people building, and then a lot of people at the forefront of what we're trying, satellites, robotics, which you can't really just generate with AI, or at least if you do, or things related to safety as well. Need humans. So I think the middle layer is going to get burnt out. I mean, it's going to get removed. So that's the people working on like CRUD apps and Spring stuff. All that stuff can be more easily generated. And I think that's not really a bad thing because that work is really boring. So I don't know if it's a bad thing to get rid of. It's kind of like automating, or it's like a factory line sort of like that kind of programming work is. I feel like it's a good thing to shifted away to more interesting things. So even though like in the intermediate term, like people might lose those kind of jobs, but even with that said, though, a lot of big tech and stuff, majority of the work as you move up is not really programming. So like probably, I'd say like 70% in the beginning you're coding, but then that drops maybe to 40% as you become like a senior engineer, and then you're doing mostly like architectural sort of stuff or design documents. So that, I think those jobs will be pretty good, pretty safe. So the Keno, if you work at a government, you would find they're dinosaurs. Yeah, there's gonna be probably, it's gonna take a while for quite a few companies to adapt, basically get paid. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna take a little bit for a lot of companies to, and the government especially, to adapt. So because like the technology moves faster, much faster than the cultural stuff. So and we're only moving faster. So like you think about Twitter and like this building community, like the amount of people is very tiny. I would estimate maybe like 1,000, 2,000 who are actively building. There's a lot of grifters, like the crypto people, and then even the people who are making like really simple apps that they might make money, but they're um, they're not really spending a lot of time building. Like the actual community of people who are making a lot of stuff is pretty small. Like I'm talking about specifically taking advantage of these tools. There are, of course, builders who are very good, but because most people are busy. They don't have time. They got their jobs, they got their life. So the people who can dedicate a lot of time to building is kind of, there's just not that many, I think. Okay, so we added a modify. Okay, let's see if that worked. So now if I generate the waypoints, still says 30 seconds, but let me re-upload the audio file just to check. Wait, did it actually make the new file? Let me check here. I'll get audio duration. So let's just, oh yeah, it's printed, so we can just check real quick. Okay, so I don't see the print. Oh, but it's printing when I upload the file. Oh, nice, we got an error, so that's oh no, that's not the same. I don't see the print. Let me reload. I'm trying to save money so I can take time off work to build MVP, but the whole process is challenging. A few hours after work. Yeah. I think right now the models are they can do a lot, but you have to really work to their strengths. Like it, if, especially okay, so you watch there was a stream where they did like a game in 7 days. I think it was like Primogen or something. I think there's some pitfalls. Like if you're an experienced developer, it's a learning curve, is what I'm saying. Like, what are the strengths of AI and where is it? Where's the bottleneck? The bottleneck is like reading code. It's I probably said it a few times on the stream, but it's like you really should try to keep everything really granular. So like I'm duplicating tons of code and that would be an ANSI pattern, like, because, now I have to change code in like a lot of different places, right? Like for each of these, they're all duplicated. But the benefit is that I was actually able to make this audio animation prototype here. And although the user experience is a little bit worse because you got to click buttons and go into separate areas, the problem is the AI can't really generate very good stuff if you're reading a lot of code. So I'm just like literally every time I'm doing anything substantial, trying to completely separate it from everything else. Whereas with normal programming, right, you're going to want to reuse a lot of components and have just like maybe bake in some edge cases into those components. But that's kind of the opposite of what you want to do when you're working with AI. You want to make just totally duplicate it and make the component totally coupled with the logic of what you're doing. And the reason is, and that's the exact opposite as what you would want to do normally. But that's the best way to make progress. And I know that because I spent like a week, and I've done multiple times in the game. I got stuck for a while because I was trying to make this component work because it's the same code and work with this. But it's like that's where you're going to get stuck and you can't make any progress. So. Oh, nice. It worked. Okay, so it's going to generate the waypoints. So let's test it out. Okay. Oh, there's pages. Great. It worked. Great, great. So now let's try it out. So we should have 24 waypoints over the song. And let's apply it. Hey, Illumina, how's it going? All right, it's moving. Oh, that's cool. All right. All right. It's close. It's close. So it's moving, which I like, but we need to make it so the animation that it's doing is similar to what it was without the waypoints. So it must be baking in some animation logic specifically for the waypoints, but it should be what we already made earlier. Okay, but another thing. Well, let's do one thing at a time. So number one, I'm gonna create a new chat. Oops. So this change will be in the actual animation file, and we should tell it. So right now, we want to apply the animation with the I like how it's like kind of synced, like the movement with the. All right, cool. Now I went back to the starting position, but I should make like a button so that you can easily get back to the model because I have no idea where it is. Okay. So right now we want to apply the animation, the normal animation params. So in other words, the animation params that are not just flight apply, like the meshes should move in the general direction I'm kind of struggling with how to word this, so what I'm going to do is ask it to give me to ask you to achieve above goal. And then I'll verify that it like understands what I'm trying to do. Modify the audio file to combine the flight mode. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Okay. But I'm going to modify this a little bit, so we should add the settings here, like the smoothing, animation %. Sorry. Okay. And then add the I'm flying 2 waypoints and regular. But I think before I do that, I'm gonna commit, because yeah. All right, now I have to find, where's the model? All right, I guess I have to reload. So, well, maybe after this, add a button. Oh, cool, it already finished. Nice, all right, let's try it out. Oh, I didn't upload the file. And maybe we'll try a different song too, just for fun. Okay, randomize the settings. It's interesting. Jacob says, have I ever experimented with developing custom agent workflow? Hey, Lel, how's it going? Or Lay? I don't know. Hold on, I'm just checking. Nice, it is moving with the beat. However, I feel like it should be more drastic. It's actually better because All right, let me see, Jacob, what you said here. We experimented much with the developing custom agent workflows. I'm really curious as to how much output can be improved through prompt engineering. I feel like I have a set of prompts that I use when I get stuck. Like, for example, the most effective ones are, if I'm stuck, use a drastic approach. Another one is keep it concise. I use that a lot if it's adding a lot of extra things, which Claude tends to do. Or if I know the change is simple. And I did add, I have this like template that I use when I get stuck that adds a bunch of things too, although not a lot. I think just 2 or 3. And then breaking down prompt into sub-actions, evaluate sub-actions based on the model, the provided criteria. You know, Jacob, if you're interested in this, I think you might be interested in this repo. This repo you can go through and kind of, I did this the other day, just kind of go through and read how these are the system prompts for like Windsurf, Cursor, etc. You can kind of get an idea of how they're making the agent. You know, these companies are very well funded, so that I'm sure they've done tons of research as to what is a good thing to add. So that might be a repo to check out. Any Pog champers in the chat? XQC, would you mind sharing your prompts? Sharing my prompts. Let's see. So yeah, I just did. I don't have that many. It's just the drastic approach prompt. That's a good one. The be concise with Claude is very useful. But I'd recommend this repo too. I think something that's really important is how you structure your project too. Like make sure to keep it a certain way so you can still make progress. That's probably the most important thing actually, more than the prompts, because generally you can figure out what you're trying to do. Like for example, what I did here. Oh, this was another one, right? So right here, what I do. I was kind of struggling with how to word it. So I said, give me a prompt to ask you to achieve the above goal. And then I read it. Did it understand what I'm saying? Okay, it did. And then I paste it. And that's another thing. And probably the fourth, or this is also one of the most important things when you're working on a big project. Like my game that I was working on got to be 100,000 lines or something. Granted, you know, there's much bigger projects than that, but what I would do is ask it to plan, but I attach all the files and I used a planning template file to get the steps first. You get and so if it's a big change, you get the steps, you iterate on the steps over and over again until it looks good to you, and then you implement. That improves the generations like a lot. Like if you're doing a big change, like that is probably one of the biggest things to do. I don't always do that though. I actually rarely do that. Only when I know it's like it's going to be a huge change across a lot of files, and then I'll do that. Using Edge on Mac OS, that's peculiar for sure. No judging, of course. I use Edge. I normally use Chrome for my personal use, but for streaming, I use Edge because I added some settings that Chrome doesn't have. Like for some reason with Chrome, you can't disable some stuff. So that's why I'm using it. But I normally don't use Edge. Although granted, Edge these days is pretty good. It's pretty fast, and granted, you know, I know not everyone thinks that. Okay, so all right, so this finished. Let's see if it worked. What's going on? For some reason, it's not it's bouncing anymore. Did I do something? Oh, you applied again. Let me see. What did I change? I kind of forgot when I was talking. Oh yeah, I removed a lot of stuff. So I'm going to ask it to increase the amount of influence that the non-flight params have, and in other words, by default, make it move a bit more. But before I do that, I'm just going to verify something. Like if I randomize the, or mess with the params, what it does. Okay, so then we set these to be different. But I can't see all the params because there's a little bug. Oh, low smoothing? No, I don't want that. All right, let's play. Okay, I know that these applied then because it's doing one of the options that we have, which is stationary stuff. Godspeed. Thanks, dude. Isn't all just chromium? Yeah, it is. Edge is pretty. I mean, that's why it's good, right? Because they dropped their. I actually worked on the chromium team at Microsoft. I'll show you what I made as an intern. I'm responsible for this this weather thing you see here. I made that in my internship. So they changed it a bit over the years. But. So if you use Edge. Pretty, when I show people that, they're like, that's it? That's all you did? Weather? It's actually more to it than you think. Okay. It's like many different countries. So localize it. Different languages. Different, like in Saudi Arabia and stuff, it's going to be on the other side and written differently. So gotta like. And also, it has like a thing where it's like, good morning, or, you know, all that stuff. It's different in every country. Like what thanks, dude. But yeah, it's still not bouncing though, so I don't really know. So I'm gonna send this here, increase the amount of influence that the non-flight params have. So. I'm influenced with them. All right, I think while we wait for that, let's add a button on this page, or like add a button to return to center the camera on the model. These days I'm just working on this, or I'm just working on my projects. I have a game thing that I'm working on this thing. I plan to do this for a while, so yeah. Oh, I uploaded the wrong. That's right. Increase the amount of influence. Okay, I guess one thing generated, so let's see what it does. So generate the waypoints and then apply. Ah, jeez. Right. Is that Windsurf's doing? Yeah, right. Oh, let me zoom out. Yeah, it is. So I'm gonna reject because what the heck is that? Don't want. Oh, nice. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Look. It's actually moving with the beat, which I'm happy with. And also the waypoint stuff. But now the model is lost. It's gone. Let's try it one more time just to validate that it's working. And then we'll add that button to reset the camera. So it won't do it quite yet once the drums kick in. It's ridiculous. Well, we'll try maybe a different model. Make it a city or something. There should be like a button where it just like follows the model, so you don't have to like watch it. It did like a flip. That's kind of funny. Okay, I think like there should be some settings for on each waypoint. It should move maybe different meshes or something, or something like that. Cool. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm gonna commit. Cool. I think I'm gonna merge this on the main branch so people, if anyone wants to try it out or something. Then I'll add the export. There's a little bit to do, but other than that. Cool. I'll just work off made now. I'm gonna make sure it still works without the waypoints. It should still be the same. All right, yeah, looks good. All right, so there's a lot we could do with the waypoints, like okay, number one, let's fix a few things. So we want all the settings to still show, not just these. For the flying, so it should be attach this file. Like I'll maybe tell it which ones were removed, so it kind of knows. Like. And then I'll tell it which ones are there so it knows. Alright, cool. Are there so it knows. Cool. Let's see if it's back. Nice, they are. That's good. So we got all our settings. I don't know, why is this page so zoomed in? Wait. Hey. Hold on a second. I think it increased the size of everything because I remember it used to fit on the page. Oh no, it's just that it added this. That's why. Right. Let's maybe style this audio file button just to make it look nice. Oh, I see. This is where the style is. Okay, cool. Nice. I'll just. All right. So when we generate the waypoints, audio influence. Man, there's so much to play around with that. I'm gonna randomize all the settings and try maybe a new song. Let's try this one. Okay, and then generate waypoints. We probably need to make everything fit on the screen. I think this one's a longer one. So, oh, there it is. All right, there's a few things I want to do. Number one, let's add the grid so you can get like a good frame of reference of where you are on the page. There's this grid. Just gonna copy that. It's kind of funny, I'm so zoomed in, like if I can't see, no one can see. Like, I can barely see what's going on. But so I'll probably zoom out a little. I'll put the grid here. All right, let's check it out. There's the grid. That'll help a little bit with kind of figuring out where you are. Okay, that already looks quite a bit better rather than just a floating through space. Okay, and another thing is we should add the export button. I'm not gonna worry about that at the moment though. Let's try a new file, or a new music file. Got the Wilhelm scream. That won't be super interesting. I think this one's a different one. Don't know though. Okay, and then generate waypoints. Turn off the bounce. The bounce sucks, man. Maybe. Okay. Apply. Okay, let's add two buttons. One is follow that model, so that way you can turn that on and your camera will. That's kind of interesting. He's flying away. So maybe we should add like a section that's just for camera settings, like reset and follow the model. So we'll add a new component for that. Maybe. How big is this file? I think we should have separate components for the different settings here. But honestly, I think it makes more sense to put it in here. Yeah, that makes more sense. Because this page has the canvas. Yeah, that should work. All right. I'll be right back once more. Cool. Let's test that out. The last one here. Oh. So the buttons are within the I'm gonna reload because I'm not really sure why it's growing. It's a weird bug. I had this bug before. It's like a CSS style, but it was a weird one. I have to go through and I might just reject these button changes. I had this bug before. Oh, nice. Oh, and it stopped growing. Great, fix both. All right, let's test this out. So if I go over here, I do reset. Nice, bro. Cool. All right. So now let's try the pin to model. So I'll probably put it over on the left side instead. Okay, and then we'll generate the animation. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. I'm like flying with the model. So I can zoom in. All right, I'm gonna try it with a new model, maybe like a city. That's kind of interesting. Whoa. I think it works pretty well with this song, this animation. Well, that was neat. Pretty happy with how this is turning out. All right, I'm gonna try a new model because that'll be fun. I added a city model, so what did I call it though? Let me look at my. Oh, it's right here, I think. Apartment building. Probably not this one. This one was the boring one. Here it is. Nice. This one's huge, so I'm curious to see how it handles it. Okay, let's add the song. Okay, and let's pin it to the model. I think it's still loading, yeah. I wonder if it just takes a while because there's way more meshes with this, so it might take a while to actually load the animation. But I'm actually check if there's any errors. Oh no, it's still loading. Yeah, it's doing that for each mesh. So there's like hundreds of meshes. So I'm curious if it'll be able to finish. I will wait a little bit. Because not only are there a lot of meshes, but it's also like way bigger of a model. So, I mean, if we can do this one, I can probably do a lot of stuff. I think I'm gonna add a loading bar so I can have an understanding of like, is it actually doing anything or like how close is it getting? Still generating, so give it a little longer. Oh, oh. I crashed it. I'll add the loading bar next. So I guess that was just too big of a model. Maybe we could figure out a way to make it work. Maybe like if there's a big model, we combine. Like we don't animate every single mesh, but based on the like there's some limited amount of meshes that we do. All right. Oh, another thing. Okay, so there's the loading bar, like when you click apply, but there's also the it should be playing, like putting in that waveform visualization, or that should be in the settings, I guess. Advanced settings. So I think I'm gonna make this whole thing smaller so I can see everything. The only thing though is that the text is already pretty small, so not really sure how we would make it smaller. Maybe these are in like a little, what's that called? Like an accordion menu or something? Yeah, like there's like a thing here. You can click and minimize the settings. What's that called? Like an accordion. I like how it figured out, like when I'm pinning the model, not to move with the camera differently. I'll make them separate components, so save a little space in the file. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna play two chess games, but just 1 minute, because it sounds fun. While I wait for it to generate. Mm-hmm. Life is hard. Oh, I didn't see that. Sadness. Oh no. I'm toasted. Okay. Alright, that's enough chess, I think. Oh, it's still generating. Interesting. I guess one more then. All right. I notice this error throws when it's a large file, so I think the file is getting too big. We'll do a little refactor. I think this one should be pretty smooth. Refactor. We'll do a little. All right, I guess while I wait, I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, I still have coffee. Never mind. I'm good. Oh my gosh, I might reset this. Let's do something different. Yeah, so we'll do this first. So that way we can speed up our development.
The DE.
Superman flight settings. I guess while it does that, let's just play around maybe. Let's maybe grab a new model to experiment with. Granted, there's down a little. I really wanted this one, but I can't download it. I tried it. Medieval City Pack. Oh, nice. This one looks pretty cool. Let's try it out. I'll maybe use the smaller size one. This mic is sort of in my way. Interesting. Well, I'm curious what it will do. It's so big it doesn't even like, there's some sort of distance thing, which I think we can disable that, but okay, so let's apply it. I'll pin it to the camera. Whoa. That's actually cool. Whoa. It's upside down now. I like how it restores itself sometimes, as opposed to just being like everything's everywhere. I'm gonna turn off that pin just so I can watch, like, what's its motion exactly. So like moving around too. Cool. That was pretty interesting. Oh, and I think I finished the components here. Let's see how much it refactored. Like, how big is this file? Oh, perfect. That's exactly what we want. As far as I can tell, it worked. Yeah, this still works. Let's play it again with random settings, just out of curiosity. I want to see what it will look like. Yeah. I guess I'll try clicking again, just out of curiosity. I wonder if the recent changes broke the apply. I will double check by reloading. Something is a little wacky. Okay, so now let's click random and then click apply again. I'm gonna do it with a smaller model, so it's kind of easier to see. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I played it, kind of is the look I was going for. So I'm gonna try to repro the bug, which was like random and then apply. Oh no, that worked. Let's say we click random and apply again. Is it gonna bug out? Okay, I see. So you can only play it once, and then it doesn't get stuck in some loop or something. But I want to try the city with the random, so we'll fix that bug in a moment. So if I randomize the settings, and then apply. Okay, cool. And then I'll pin it. Oh, but the general waypoints, then apply. So what I'm gonna do now is, because I think it's related to our last changes here, I'm gonna stash it. And just make sure that's the reason. Okay, and then randomize and then apply. Let's see if it's getting caught in that infinite loop or something. So it has something to do with clicking random. So it wasn't related to our last changes. So like when I select the audio file, I should speed up this process somehow. Testing. All right, so if I do this, it works, right? Like if I just click the apply. Okay, now I'm confused. What? Because I didn't even click the random button that time. Oh, let me rebuild. This seems like a rebuilding thing. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. Yeah. All right, that's fine. Let's just create the file. Let's stick with the Spartan for now, just to make sure we didn't break too much, and then it still works with that. So I select the file. What a weird problem. Because with the same code, it worked just a second ago. So something is a little wacky. What could it be? I'll stash the changes once more. But this time I won't add the waypoints. So just vanilla like what we were doing before. Let's just make sure that still works. Okay, so we know that works. So let me click it again. We'll randomize and then click it again. And see if that still works. Okay, that still works. Now let's add the waypoints. And click it again. Okay, that still works. So now what we're gonna do is the last thing, which is, wait, we already did that. We already did the random. Or did we? No, we didn't. We didn't do the random with the waypoints. So I'll click that. That works too. Okay, all of those things just worked. Now let's try it with the city. Okay, so now nothing does nothing. Just to make sure that works. Oh, maybe it's freezing because there's like too many models or something. Or too many meshes. But it worked a second ago, so it's a little weird. Oh no, I'm choosing the longer song. Oh, that's why. I'm accidentally choosing the 4-minute one instead of the 2-minute one. I think that's why this is happening. Because I think originally I was choosing the 2-minute one. And then I switched to do the 4-minute, but the problem is there's too many meshes. So we can fix that, but let's just try it real quick with the 2-minute one, just to make sure. The 2-minute one is this one, I think. Yeah, see, this one's 2 minutes. So generate, and then we'll try applying this. I think it should work now. Hey. What a weird problem, because I have the same code that it worked originally, so it's got to be like some problem that. Well, it's clearly it works when there's not a lot of meshes, right? But if you add a lot of meshes, then it doesn't. Okay, okay. So let's just make a quick little hot fix, I guess, which is like quick little simple fix, which is we only animate up to 10 meshes or something. But I really liked it when it was animating everything. Let me try one more time. Oh, now it works. Back. All right, let me add the waypoints. So actually, first, before I do that, let me click it again, just to see if it'll generate. Okay, nice, it did. Okay, now let's add the waypoints. Oh, let me reduce the amount of waypoints there is. It's 12 waypoints. Oh, nice, now it worked. So I think it has to do with the waypoints. If we set too many, then it's gonna bug out. That's kind of cool. All right, so let's try randomizing it next. So I random, and then I click apply. Will it work? Nice, that worked too. So it all has to do with the amount of waypoints that we're adding. If we had too many, it glitches. So I might just click random a few times to see what kind of different things will happen. There should be a way to set like which will be stationary. So like we can set the plane to be stationary, but the buildings move. That'd be kind of cool. Cool, I'm gonna click it again. Oh, I like this one. It's a little more subtle. A little less stuff going on. I think by default we should make the settings like it doesn't move quite as much as it was earlier. Alright, so we should basically add a setting that's like which meshes will be stationary, and then I think we can get some pretty cool stuff because we can make it so all the buildings and stuff do it, but then this one remains under it. But first I'm gonna check something. Like we did a git stash and it seems to work. So if I git stash apply this again, let me see if it still works, because now we've identified what the problem was. Oh no, it's gonna do the same thing because I chose too many waypoints again. Let's see if I can fix it by just clicking it again. Oh, hey, old gamer. How's it going? Good to see you. Check this out. Let me show you something. This is cool. It's like animating with the music. But I'm testing something first. I'm making a change, so I want to see if it still works with the change. So generate the waypoints, but first we generate like only a few. And then we click apply. Also, old gamer, you might be interested because we're using a library for the music analysis. Actually, you might be able to help me because I don't know a lot of the terminology here. But I kind of wrestled with it and got something. I'll show you once the drums come in. So the next objective is to make it so the plane, like you can set which ones will be stationary. So I just make the building smooth instead of, that way you can like set like just a few parts of your model stay the same. You can see it's moving pretty well with the music. I use this library called Meta. Okay, so it seems to work pretty well. I'm gonna push the refactor there. The refactor there. Okay, so the next thing, it's kind of annoying scrolling all the way down for all the settings, so I'm gonna make a little accordion menu thing. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you said that because that's actually what we're doing. I'm using the low, medium, and so okay, yeah. So that's I'm using they're called like transients or something. It's the low, and I'll show you the. Uh, right. We do have the options to rotate and all that stuff. I'll show you the audio analyzer. Actually, if you don't mind, I'd love if you maybe took a look at it. Try to figure out how to make it. So it has this like range for each of the low, mid, and high. And right now we're just animating the mid and high because I couldn't get the low to work very well. Maybe it has something to do with these ranges or something. Like the low ranges. I played with this threshold, but I couldn't quite get anything that looks pretty good. I'm using this audio analyzer, like I made this to test, and I upload the file. And it takes like a few seconds. And it shows all the marks where it will animate at. The end goal is I was like looking at some like reels where things are like animated with the music. So I was thinking, you know, that's a lot of work. If I can add a thing where you can plug in a model with a lot of configuration settings, and then you can animate the music just by like at least the motion part. So the city, I was like, okay, this is kind of cool, like an Inception sort of like the city's like floating around with the music. And then you could do that with like you could put it in a video, you could put it in a game. Um, so kind of automating something that might take many hours to do. Hard to find without spending much money. Oh, well, I assume yes, I assume you mean that visualizations that are way better than this one, right? This is kind of simple, but it has like I can change the thresholds and it will see like if I turn it up a certain amount, all the lower ones disappeared. And so I have it similar to what this is right now. Um, the high is a little bit higher. Oh, no, not this one. Not this one. So this is what I have the settings at right now when it animates roughly. But it's mostly just like the high See, I don't even really know what this means so much. I guess I kind of understand that like it's something about the high end of the file. Like, transitions in the high end of the file, that's where it's marking it, something like that. In the waveform or whatever. So visualizations, FL Studio has a really amazing built-in. Okay. Interesting. My objective here though is I'm using this currently for the animation. So like these markers, that's where it's animating the, you know, like changing the movement, the rotation. That's what it's currently doing. You can see it matches pretty well with the, whatever that is, I forgot. There's like the kick and then it's not the snare, right? It's whatever the higher one is. So Animator is built. Oh, old gamer, is that another thing we can do, like velocity? So we use these three, right? Low, mid, high. But are you saying there's like another kind of like thing in music that would be good to animate with? Because, okay, here's my objective, right? When we start the animation, there's not really a lot of, there's not really a lot going on in the beginning because there's no drums. So the question is like, what's the thing that we could animate with when there's just like sort of ambient stuff? Like, reset here. It's like this part, right? It's not really like that. Whatever that is, do you think we could use the low, mid, high for that? Maybe? I couldn't quite get it to work very well with the thresholds, but I also understand that this library, like doing this stuff is probably not going to be 100% accurate. Like every once in a while there'll be markers that are appearing, even when I like tune the threshold in places that are strange. High frequencies. Oh, okay. I see. So let's tune that then. Let's turn this down to try to get more of them in here. We got one here. Let's see if it looks good. Oh, I have an idea. What if we take like, because here's the problem, right? When I turn that down, now there's way too many over here. But what if for like each part of the song, we tune the threshold? So like maybe for this part, right? Maybe we need a lower threshold for it to trigger. And then for like the other parts, we need to turn it up. So maybe we can like do some like pre-processing there or something like to be changing this. Have you tried pulling all settings all the way down except for one at a time? Right. That's what I start with. I always turn it all the way down, and I get all of these. The low one, I'll show you. The low one is sort of just like, I turned it off completely because it's never really, except that one, right? I heard that da da. This one was good, but the other ones are sort of just like always appearing. I think it got the da da, that part, these two. But when I tune it, I can't unfortunately get just those two that were working. But I wonder what you said with the, another thing with this visualization, I noticed that sometimes there's multiple in one and we can't see what's behind it. So let's turn this off, the lower one, and see what else is there. So we have the medium that's also here. And let's turn this off and see. Okay. So like you said, it's definitely registering a lot of highs here. Let's see, let's just actually do what, like, only tune this part of the audio file and see if we can get it to look good. And then see, we know what value looks good for the rest of the song. So, and then we can validate, okay, that's what we need to do. We need to change the threshold based on something in the audio file to get it to be like more accurate. So turn it down, or is it up? Yeah, down. Yeah. Okay, so we got one, so let's tune it a little bit. Okay, we got a few more. Let's see if these are looking good. I don't know about that one. Oh yeah, it got that, the higher pitch thing for sure, right here. Oh yeah, it definitely got these parts. Okay, so let's maybe turn it a little down. Or up. And these are really sensitive, like within 0.004. Maybe we should go down to more decimal places so we can save preset. Are you talking about for the animation or for this here? I just kind of take screenshots based on like the settings. Like if we found one that's kind of good. We should go down to more depth. If you want, you can this is Old Gamer if you're interested to help me out here. You can just go here and tune the settings. Or if you're interested in this at all, obviously, no worries if not. But it is. I'll show you the settings. So these are my settings currently that I have. That's too much text, I guess. You might be able to code a mouse scroll option for the sliders. Yeah. Right now I just click it. I think I'll spend a little more time tuning in the future, but I think I need to increase the decimal places so we can get a little more accurate because it seems like they're really, really close together. Excuse me. All right, let's add the thing that we were planning. Well, we have to do one thing first. The first thing is, one second. The first thing is make little accordion menus. So we don't have to scroll for all the settings. So one for general settings and one for the Superman flying settings, but it should only show if the checkbox is active. I'll attach both of these files. So give me a prompt that I can ask you that will achieve this goal. I say that because the prompt is not super good. I don't even know if accordion is the right term for what we're trying to do. So. Yeah, that looks great. I think the only thing is, don't need this part. Okay. Okay, cool. I was like 70% sure accordion was right. Accordion was right. All right, I'll give it a little bit. I think I might get another coffee. Oh, I still have coffee. How's that possible? Get another coffee. Oh, I still have. Cool. Let's see what the first one looks like. Oh, that looks perfect. Nice. Dope. All right, let's look at the other one. Cool. That looks great too. Nice. That is nice. Cool. I'm gonna push that. Although I'll make sure it still works. Okay, and then I'll just like minimize the things just to see. Okay, and then apply. It's no longer playing the music. Oh no, it's because. What's going on with this part? Like, I think I could imagine a video where it's like, you know, let's say you're making some video and you're like zooming through like a city, and that's animating with the music. Oh, see, look. We actually already have a setting for stationary meshes, so we just have to modify that. Let me look here. But we didn't put it in here. So when we click the random settings, it's actually setting a few stationary. So we just need to expose it. So I'm gonna click random settings. Just try again. Okay, thanks, whole game. Also, if anyone here wants to join Discord, feel free to. So I'm gonna verify something. So I click random. You know what? I bet you it's just some setting that's putting us in an infinite loop somehow. Some setting that's like too hard to apply to. Oh, that worked. Because I just enabled all of them. So I tend to like the more subtle one, because this one, I think, if we turn this way down, this one here, and this, and make this high. Oh, that's right, you have an animate percent. Let's go ahead and set it to like 30%, just check it out. What is this? Oh, that's a railroad track flying through the sky. So this one, you can see the floor is stationary. But things are moving a little too much. Oh, that's because we don't have a We do have a rotation. What do I say? The 0.1. Move the tilting. I think this is the tilting. My objective is to get a good default settings option. Oh, we should add a cinematic spin like the other ones. Like the cinematic spin will be like this. It's like slowly rotating while the animation's playing. Alright, let me check out what you sent me, old gamer, while this is playing. Let me blank my screen in case. Oh yeah. Old gamer, the library I'm using is using this under the hood. It's simplifying it a little bit, but it's using this. At least I'm pretty sure this is the one, unless there's one that's called basically the same thing. Okay, so we got plenty of stuff to do. Let's add, let's first do the cinematic rotate. We'll add that button up here. That's just the camera. So we'll add it to this one. You can build advanced web instruments, synths, etc. Interesting. But, you know, that might be on the list because that sounds like a lot of fun. So we'll apply it again. I'll wait for the button to appear so that way I can test the rotate there. Okay, so it just reloaded it. So let's try just... Alright, it appears to be zooming out too much. But honestly, that's something we should fix, so the... So if I click reset camera, I go like this. Oh, unpin camera. Okay, I see the problem. So it needs to rotate around the model. Right now, it's rotating away from the model. So, all right. Also, don't literally enable the pin model option. Just keep the implementation. Hey, Vex is Stone. You're testing it with every new songs? That's cool. Yeah, you should show me. I'd love to see someone making some instruments or something. That sounds like fun. I gotta reduce that. All right. Oh, thanks. Yeah. 10%. That would be pretty crazy. Hey, thanks, Mitchell. Every once in a while, it just it freezes and doesn't play it. Oh, you're testing the analyzer with a new song? Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, let me know how it's working. Oh, right now it sets it all to zeros, so it should have like way too many on the audio analyzer. But yeah, I sent the values in the chat for what I currently have as the settings. Okay, so let me try this first. So I'm just gonna apply it with the base settings real quick, just to make sure. Okay, it works. But then I enable this. I'm just making it so there's just a few waypoints, not a lot of them. Then I click apply. Okay, that worked. Interesting. You know what? Okay, I get it. It's because the model is so big, so the waypoints, you can barely see it moving. So we need to scale these waypoints based on how big the model is, so you can actually see it like moving around or something. Because it probably is slightly moving to the waypoints, but it's just like not super noticeable. Let me plug in my laptop here. Yeah, but the Meta library is pretty cool. You can also do like energy levels or something. I tried, I couldn't get it to work very well, but I imagine it probably works. I just don't really know how to use it. That rotate is funny. I don't even know what setting is doing that. Okay. I keep forgetting. There's like a ton of settings we want to add, but I keep. Okay, the first thing is the stationary. So this animate percent should become something like, well, maybe we keep the animate percent. But it's just like some setting that's like stationary meshes. And then you can input some values for which ones. And then if you have that enabled, then this turns off or something. We did that for some other settings. So I'm going to randomize it, play it again. Oh, I wonder if the reason why it bugs out sometime is related to these, like if we turn these on. Okay, now it still works. All right, so the first setting, I'm putting some stuff on a document so I can remember. So, keep forgetting. Stationary indices. Obviously, we need to add the export so we can use it. But oh, we should add a setting for the rotation so you can control like how much it's gonna. Oh, we already do. It's right here. Rotate variance. What about the tilt? Oh yeah, let me check. Did we fix this problem with the rotate? What the heck is happening? I think it's centered on maybe one of the meshes. Oh, that kind of makes sense. That isn't really even close to what we were trying to do with this. Oh no, it's because I have the unpin. I have the pin and the rotate. I can tell it's trying to rotate. Some sort of jitteriness. Something's setting it back, I think. Is it rotating around one mesh? Also, right now, appears to be stuck. Can you identify if something is setting the camera, overriding the rotation? But I am gonna commit because I think we have some other stuff too. Right, the accordion. I'm gonna keep randomizing it and see. Like, I'm gonna just test all the settings because I haven't. Like, what's the low smoothing do? And I'll randomize it again, I guess. Oh, I should have saved what we were just doing because that was when it froze, was whatever we just changed. Oh, it might be this setting because that was the one thing I changed. I already checked there's no errors with the freezing. So I'm gonna test that. If that's true, then that should be somewhat simple. Okay, now what we're gonna do, generate this, the waypoints. We're going to, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so now I'm gonna apply it again. It should work. Okay, it works, but if I turn on the high smoothing, that's when it's gonna mess up, I think. That makes a lot of sense, because there's a lot of meshes and stuff. So I probably just won't turn that on for now. I'll fix it later. Depends how long it is, old gamer. But if you're saying it's only 4 minutes, for me that works. I was using a 4-minute file not too long ago. So I wonder what it could be then. How long is it taking? If it's taking like 20 seconds, that's about what mine took. Man, this one is glitching the heck out. Look, this one. Oh, I think it's just a thing of like being far away. Oh, I made some changes for the rotate, so let's try it. I think it's clearly trying to follow. I don't think it quite understands what we're trying to do with this. Okay, so I'm gonna ask it to tell me what the cinematic rotation is supposed to do. What is our goal? I'm validating that you know what our goal is with it. It is still working. I upload the song just before I let you know it's doing it. Cool, sounds good. Just before. Gotcha. Yeah, so that's good. Yeah, let me know. Also, let me know if there's any other things maybe we could analyze the audio with. Like the factor of this is like, if we know the terminology for something that's useful, then maybe we can add that to what we currently are doing. Okay, so let's see if it understood what we're doing. Create a smooth. Nice, yeah. Cool, yeah. So right now it's not rotating around the model. Give 2 to 3 reasons why you think it is the case. Add prints to validate the first, the most likely reason. That's a prompt I really like. Also, I forgot to do the drastic approach prompt. That's pretty good. I think I'm gonna do that before this one. You just always have to verify the drastic approach code. If you can generate AI images, models, and then have them animate to audio, you have a gold mine. I can prove that. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is like, well, one of the features is that you can bring in models from Tripo 3D, and that would be a paid feature, obviously, because that costs money to do. And I was thinking, like, you know, if people are making videos, I see a lot of these videos on Reels with the. I just think that's potentially useful for those people because I can't imagine how long it takes for the to sync it to music. I don't think there's. I don't know if there's any tools for that actually. Uh, oh, I see. When I click the random, it's also changing this setting, so that's why it sometimes breaks as well. So maybe we should just remove this setting because I don't think it even needs more smoothing. It seems to work pretty well. Current amount of smoothing. So I'm just gonna remove that one. Okay, so this is the drastic approach. Sometimes it does some things are really wacky, so we'll try it first. And then see if it, so if I click the cinematic rotate, what does it do? Yeah, so it's clearly like fixed in place somehow. Or it's like focused on a model or something. But I can tell it's like jittering, so I'm not really totally sure. Oh, I think what we should do is have it so change the implementation so it just rotates around and not the model, because the model that you're uploading is probably going to be around there anyway. So and then what we were doing, just I want to go. I was about to add something, but I kind of just forgot. Oh yeah, remove this button. Turbo is open source. Yeah, but you have to host that model, which costs money too. Another paid thing will be like, once they finish this, and I guess I'll check this, whether they finished. This is also open source. It rigs the model, so it has the skeleton in it. But they haven't released the attaching the skins to the bones yet. See, it's still there. So, but once they have that, then I'll try to put that in here. But that would be a paid feature because I was talking to Grok, and I think apparently it costs like 5 to 15 cents a query or something. So I don't know if that's accurate, but it analyzed the repo and it told me that. So I'll just take the word for it, I guess. But okay. So is this the recent change? I don't know. Let's reload it and try again. Was it called City or something? Seems to be moving a lot less for some reason. Did we change anything? Oh, there we go. All right. But I notice also when I click this button in particular is causing it to replay the animation, which I don't really want that. So I'm gonna remove that too. So the use high smoothing button toggle thing. Originally, like optimally, when you click something, it automatically does stuff, but I think on this one in particular, because it takes a while to generate, it's like not super useful. Like just because you're gonna be changing a lot of settings and stuff, so I'd rather just make it so it's only when you press the button. But also, I'll just do this myself, is like remove the this button. Use low smoothing. It's not in this file though. Cool. Nice. All right. There's probably other places that code exists, but because we already have the smoothing as another setting, so we don't really need it. Oh, another thing we should maybe add is like the option to people can remove a mesh from the animation. Like you can add a stationary, but you can also remove a bunch if you want. Okay, awesome. Looks like it removed the... Nice, yeah. This is exactly right, so I'm glad I kind of understood what we're trying to do. So I'm gonna push that. So now I'm gonna spend a little more time on this rotate camera thing, but it's not that important. So if it's too tricky, then I'll just do something else. With the camera rotates, it's getting stuck. It's clearly trying to rotate, because there is jitteriness. Identify I'm gonna make a new chat for this. Oh yeah, that's right. Potentially. Yep, exactly. Yep. It's not moving the model, right? Kind of looks like it's moving the model. Okay, it's definitely some other. I'll probably spend another maybe 5 minutes on this camera thing, but if it's too tricky, whatever. I wonder if it's because the files. No, the file's not big at all. It's got to be some, maybe a other file is messing with the camera. It's definitely not this one. It's one of these audio. No, it's only this one. Definitely only that one. All right, I'm gonna get another coffee. I will be back in 1 minute. Cool. Let's see if it finished generating. Flight animation system, that's definitely not it. All right. So something about the rotation of a camera is hard. I guess we can try a little Gemini on this. Is not rotating the camera around the origin. 0, 0. It is blocked somehow. That's not it. Try to fix it with code, I suppose. I can let it try. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna move on to something else because it's not really that interesting. Just sort of a rotate. It's funny sometimes, like the simple changes. It's like, oh, what? Okay, let's apply it again. I just like watching it, to be honest. And just also when I randomize it, I get some different settings. So it also helps with just seeing what we want to do. All right, let's see if Gemini got this one. Oh, I can tell it's still getting stuck somehow. I'll try one more time. With the rotate. All right, let's try one more time. I switched to Cloud. I still want to try one more time. So I would like it. It's a cool effect. I guess I could use the drastic approach thing again. It completely rewrote it. Oh, nice. It finally figured it out, but it is on the origin, which is not like super interesting. I noticed. I did ask it to do that, but can we? It works now. Can we now set it? We now set the rotate spot in the middle of the model. Sometimes you just gotta keep asking it, and somehow it fixes it. Cool. And then I think rotate, nice. All right, cool. All right, all right. That's cool. So now let's do the animation. I think we should make it so it doesn't rotate when the animation's being applied, because I think it's slowing it down. I'm gonna click the random again. But I think it's in that weird state it sometimes gets in. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. Nice. Maybe we slow down the rotation a little bit, but overall. Whatever. It sort of works. But we gotta fix a few things for that to be anything interesting. Oh well, I guess let's make the rotate half as fast. Oh, I like where it positioned it better now. Excuse me. So we don't have the position, we only did the rotate. Let's see if it moves on the... Okay. So we gotta have this setting enabled over here, otherwise it doesn't really keep forgetting to do this. Stop that. So if you have the rotate enabled, and then you click apply animation, then it kind of glitches out, I guess. Okay, and now I do the rotate. Okay. All right, cool. I like the rotate, it looks kind of cool. Cool. All right, now let's do I think we remove this option here, or at the very least fix it. So right now, if that's not enabled, it doesn't do anything. This one. I'm gonna make sure, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything. Oh, it is doing something. What the heck? Okay, I guess it's fine then. Okay, so now it's just doing rotates, I guess. So now let's add a setting for maybe the rotation and tilt, so that way you can customize that better. Oh, no, we already have the rotation, so it's just the to the tilt. I'll verify it's a slider. Your tilt checkbox and add it to. And then after that, we should do the loading when you click the apply. And then after that, maybe we'll, the export should be really easy. because we already have a component for it. So, and then I think maybe we can move on to some other stuff. So it's currently generating as y there. Okay, cool. So we should have some new settings. So if I click it, nice. But it hasn't finished quite yet. Oh. Cool. We got our tilt intensity option, but I cannot change the slider. Oh, it's still generating. Okay, let's try it again. Nice. Cool. Let's test it out. So if I do this. Yeah, one of these options messes it up. I don't really know which one it is though. Next time that happens, I need to take a screenshot. So. I guess I assume this this one does something. Let me turn it up just to check. Just doing a little hack to fix that problem. Oh, sounds good, old gamer. You're working on a macOS build for your plugin projects. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'd love to try it. So feel free to send it to me. Okay, nice. We fixed a problem. Cool. We'll push that. Now we'll maybe add the export. Or the load. We'll do the load. I know we have the data for the progress, so I think it should work. Is a serial licensing and installer system. That sounds complicated. It's just serial licensing. VST plugin. Hey, you have to explain to me what that is because I'm not very knowledgeable in that kind of stuff. I guess I do know there's like plugins for the like FL Studio and stuff. That's about the extent of my knowledge though. Okay, now it has to hook it up to the file, so let's see if it works. Oh, it reloaded because it generated a new file. Exactly what I'm referring to. VST plugins such as synth. Nice. Serial licensing and installer system. Interesting. So it's kind of like a tool for plugin devs to licensing number. I guess I don't really know why I don't really know much of. Oh, nice. It has the loading. Oh, nice. Oh, that makes sense. It's like tooling for plugin developers. Okay, cool. So it's clear it's not getting the Oh, I think it was still generating code. That's why. We'll try again. Okay, so load the file. Nice. Okay, so looks like the progress didn't quite propagate to the right place. Let's just watch it just to make sure. All right, cool. That's cool. All right, so we just gotta tell it like the doesn't appear to be accurate, but I'm just gonna tell it where the progress is because we have a percent. Where is it? Let me click it again. There's a moment there. Not really sure why the console's gone. I guess they just got too big. That rarely happens. I'll just ask it to find it. Again, doesn't appear to be accurate. Make sure are getting it in the right place. My software allows the developer to add serial number protection and installer for their plugin. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I get it now. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a good thing. And you would know like what would be useful for them to automate. Like, I thought we already did. I'm gonna reload this because it's frozen. We gotta remove some prints because we have so many prints, it freezes things. When I try to search. Yeah, analyzing, detecting. Yeah, that's not right. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. We can use that. But does it work? Like, it doesn't need to be totally accurate. I'd prefer not to put a bunch of code for that in them. Just eats up context and stuff, so it doesn't really matter that much. As long as the user knows like something is happening. Or where it's getting stuck. what do they call the component? I'm gonna accept it, and I'll probably push because it kind of works. Or commit, rather. Cool, let's see if it works now. I'll wait till it finishes, I guess. Oh, let's just do it. Okay, so that didn't really work very well. Oh, does it rotate wherever I currently am? Like, zoom out. Okay, that's cool. Oh, this one's just rotating, not the position. Oh, I guess we should try it with the waypoints again, just to make sure that's working. Nice, cool. Wait, I just realized, oh, I see what's happening. When I expand all the settings, then it makes the canvas bigger too, which I don't really want that. That's actually kind of cool. So I should be able to kind of like watch it too. Oh, this is nice because, but the cinematic, you know, when you're just watching it, you can't really see it move very much. But when I turn on this cinematic rotate, because it's pinned to the center, you can see it move. Yeah, this would look a lot better without that plane jumping around. Maybe we should add like an advanced settings. Yeah, let's add a new page. But first, before, I mean a new component, but first before we do that, let's like the advanced setting is going to have like stationary indices, like you can set it directly. It's going to have, what was the other one we said? Oh, right. Visibility. So like you can remove some of the meshes from the... Okay. I'm making a new document. Okay. And then, But before we do that, we need to check the size of this file because it's getting too big. Then we have to be a little careful. Oh yeah. Let's ask if there's something we can refactor here so we can still make good progress if we're adding more settings. Get this out of the way. Oh, I meant, yeah, okay. Flight path controller. Oh, nice. That sounds great. Let's do that. Before I do any refactors, I'm going to make sure everything's committed and stuff. So when I do this, it's going to help us be able to still make changes without it really breaking down. It usually works pretty well. And then we'll add an advanced settings option. But I think while we wait, let's we can make some prompts with Windsurf to try to fix a few things. It's resizing the canvas as well as refactoring canvas. That doesn't change. In other words, because like when I expand it, it's resizing this. Okay, the next thing we'll do is remove this kind of stuff. Oh, how to fix it so. Oh, I see, that was a change that just happened. Oh, nice. I honestly didn't expect that to work. this is actually kind of cool. Does a flip. All right, that's actually kind of cool. I'm gonna commit that because I like it. Cool. But I don't think I finished with the refactor, so I won't commit this. So I'm going to randomize the settings and try again. Maybe I'll add some waypoints. Oh, we already have the waypoints. Oh, I'm not sure if this one will work because I think it's generating too many. Oh, it did. I like how I made the plane stationary this time. I think it looks a lot better when it's not flying around everywhere. Okay, cool. So it did the refactor. Let's see if it still works with the refactor. So that's a big change there. Let's see what also how big this file is. Okay, great. So now it's 1,000. So that's going to help a lot with the, but let's first make sure it works. So, randomize the settings again. Right, because we're modifying the waypoint stuff, so we should make sure that's still working. So in order to verify that, I'm going to use a different model. Because this one it was more visible to see the waypoints. So. Cool. All right. Apply. All right, cool. Yeah, that's still working. So this is the waypoint. So. Okay, I think we're onto something here. This looks visually kind of interesting. should be able to control like which meshes like stick together. So like for example, maybe we want the helmet to do some kind of wacky stuff, but not like. I notice it always does the random flip in the middle for some reason. It's always at like the same place. Oh, another flip. Okay, there's another thing we should add though is like maybe at the top here, it's gonna, when you play the file, it's gonna have the component for the visualization. I mean the waveform stuff. But maybe that's an advanced settings option actually. I'm gonna turn on all the settings and see what it does. Just jank it, just like crank up everything. I think it's no longer sticking to the model. So I zoom in, right? The camera controls are a little wacky. Sorry. But yeah, this definitely works. So we're gonna this. Somehow the origin of the model is confusing it. Like, oh, there we go. Oh, I wonder if it's related to one of these settings. And try a different song. I don't know. I definitely don't click the cinematic rotate after you. Yeah, I think I froze it accidentally because for some reason it's kind of a strange thing if you click the cinematic rotate. Okay, let's do it again. So first we apply it and then we'll do the... Wait, this is the same song. Did I accidentally upload the same one? Oh. Advanced setting that allows the user to set which meshes will be stationary. So I'm just gonna add these advanced settings one at a time. Fix the stationary. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Wait, are we doing that with the rest of them? I don't think so. So I'm stopping it there. What's it called? Cool. I should be able to like zoom in. Okay. There we go. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I'm okay with it. why it's like changing where the camera's looking. It's because of these like little railroads flying everywhere. It's changing the center of the model. But it looks cool, so I don't really care. Maybe we should add like zooming in, like it zooms in and out a little bit. It's kind of like an effect. That'll look cool. Okay, it's still generating. Wait, why is it changing this? That is incorrect. Yeah, so we reject these because it's not related. Okay, cool. So we have our settings here. I'm not really sure if it works or not. So let's click random and see. So we'll just set like, just set a ton of them. So you should see like 10 meshes that are not moving. Maybe I should add more just to. I do see some that are not moving, like that one. I'm not really sure. I gotta add probably more. We should probably verify it on a smaller model just to make sure it's working. What's going on here? It's not really animating anymore. I wonder if it's related to this. Oh, I see, that's not part of the model, that's just the grid. That's kind of cool. I get closer zoomed. This is very aggressive animation. Okay, so now I'm gonna try it with a smaller model. So that way we can validate that the stationary mesh thing is working. So I'm gonna set them all to stationary. Okay, so it is moving. kind of realizing, like, to test this, it's a little easier if we use the smaller model for now. Because okay, so I just turned on that tilt, and so now there's no more rotation. I don't really like the rotation on this model. Kind of just like, let's see what it looks like now. Oh, so I don't think the tilt is doing anything. Because it should be kind of... let's see what this does. I'm actually not totally sure about this setting, if this does anything. So enable sequential. Let's see if the sequential does anything here. Oh, that's what the sequential does. Okay. So that's what it does, the effect where it's like some are going up, but not all of it at the same time. It's kind of cool. All right. Let's see. But definitely the tilt is not really working, I think. I'll just set it to really high, just to double check. All right, yeah, so tilt not working. Let's maybe try to, well, let's finish this setting, this advanced setting here. So we know the apply is not really doing anything, and so let's make sure to hey, thanks, man. How do you So this will allow us to set some things that won't move. This would be like if you have a plane underneath it or something. Please make it shorter compiled or sped up video. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think kind of like a devlog for this could be cool, because there's been a lot of progress and it'd be kind of fun. Maybe people want to watch it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there's some learnings and stuff to compress. The only thing is you have to do. Someone needs to make an AI video editor so I can just plug it in and generate something. I don't want to have to edit videos. Let's just take out the important parts of what's happened. Honestly, I'd be super stoked if that was... Yeah, actually, if someone makes that, I'll just plug every live stream into it, make like a 5-minute version. That's like 60 videos. I don't really like these changes because it's changing a bunch of stuff that's kind of unrelated. I don't really like that. So I'm going to discard and make sure to specify not to do that. Actually, I'll just tell it because it didn't change very much. I'll wait till it finishes and just say, hey, like, don't change our stuff. So I'll show you guys there's also like this waypoints thing. So now it's gonna like move around, like fly around. Assuming the recent changes didn't do anything weird. Oh no. I did something that usually breaks it. If you click the rotate while it's generating, then it breaks. So gotta fix that. Okay, so let's do it again. I'm gonna randomize the settings and then apply and wait. He flew away from his pants. I don't know why it's pinning me down here. It's kind of weird. But basically he has waypoints that he's gonna go to. But the settings that were changed here made it so nothing's moving except him. Oh, I know what's going on here. So the reason why I'm rotating in like nothing instead of center to the model is because his pants are still over there. So I'm centering in the center between his pants and him over here. So yeah, I don't really know. I think we should probably rotate where he's moving. Let's randomize the settings again though, because this one's not super interesting. Oh, nice. Now everything moving together, so this is gonna, it looks a little better. All right, that's cool. All right, anyways. So the problem is with this, they did change a bunch of settings. However, let's just verify that this works now. So if I click apply, we'll try applying. And basically nothing should move here but this one, because I selected everything. Oh, that's interesting. I assume we got an error or something. Okay, that's weird. Let me try again. I'll reload. Okay, so first I will try with nothing. No setting, advanced setting. And then I'll just try to maybe make a few of them not move. Okay, so the whole model's moving. Okay, so now let's add just like a few of them. Oh, nice. It worked, actually. Yeah, there's just a few of them moving now. Nice. That's going to be very useful to make it look better. Let's just make sure that when the... Nice. Okay, so that works. So, for example, right, like, let's try to make it so only the armor moves and not the dude. But before I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and make it so nothing moves to verify that works. But I think there was a bug earlier, like if we add too many, then it just crashes or something. Nice. Yeah, that works. Cool. So now let's make it so just one moves or something. Maybe the helmet. I think that's 6 or something. I don't really see anything moving. I'm gonna remove a few, I guess. Wait, did I click apply? Maybe that's the problem. Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't click apply, so you gotta click apply. So now it's just a few of them are moving. This is shoulder pads, and legs. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is add a random, or a random should probably affect this. Or maybe not, because they're advanced settings, right? So the random's just for playing with, and if someone wants to go in and change this, they can. Yeah, okay. But I think before we commit... Okay, so all it changes is default settings, which I think is okay. Didn't really change it too much, so. Nice, so this appears to be working. Yeah. Alright, cool. So let's commit that. Oh yeah, and let's add some feedback. So if they click the apply, it says like some sort of... Actually, we shouldn't even have an apply really. It's kind of confusing. Just send the values. Let's just make sure it works if I enable waypoints and stuff. And I have this enabled also. Right, that's an important thing to check. So basically the shouldn't be flying around. Where did it go? Something happened. The other one just disappeared. Oh, but it did change this. Let me try again. I wonder where the other part of the model went. But honestly... So that breaks, which is not the end of the world. But let me just make sure it works without the stationary meshes, so it should still work. Okay, cool. Wait. Why is it not going to the, wait, oh, did I not click this? He's like floating in space or something. All right, let's fix the, I think it's okay. I mean, I should probably put a note down that this currently won't work with the waypoints. But now let's fix the loading so it shows more accurately, and then we'll add the export. Okay, I'm gonna randomize the settings, play it, and then I'm gonna go get another coffee. wonder what this setting does. I haven't really tested that one. All right, I'll be back. All right, and one thing, let's maybe make a file that's like an info file or something. Ideally, like every time you hover over one of these, it'll tell you what it is. Excuse me. So the first thing is the loading. Let me make sure. Oh, I didn't commit something. What is this? All right, remove the button. Oh wait, did I verify when I remove the button? This still works. So not much to move if I do this, but I have to remove this. Oh, well that's good to know. I'll just note that down too. Basically, if I disable the flying mode, it doesn't remove the waypoints. I'll go back to the city model. That one's more fun. Oh no, but I need to verify first that the stationary one is working. Then I'll go back to the city one. I'm gonna download another one of the Suno songs though. I'm kind of getting bored of this one. Yeah, let's do this one. This one might be cool. All right, we're gonna do this song. Download. Cool. All right, and now let's test this. So I think I'll just run it with this. Pause it on Suno. Oh, I think I see what's happening here. I know what's happening here. Because we turned off the low response, so the bass is not really doing much. Let me jump in here real quick. I almost spilled my coffee. That would have made me mad. I've done that a few times already. It sucks because you gotta get it on your keyboard and stuff. Alright. So I'm gonna... Oh, it's actually mid. Okay. Definitely tweaking this one. So right now we have 1.622. Let's change it to... All right, let's try again. I might get more response now on the... Eh. It needs to align, like, And it makes sense that it's the low frequency one that's not really, like, because we disabled it. On this song, it's not really hitting on the right spot without it. So maybe we shouldn't totally disable it. Or, we could also modify these things here, these band range things. And we might be able to get it right. All right. Oh, see, look. This one is right. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. So I don't want all of them because it's a little too much, I think. Let me see what that looks like. Okay, maybe a little more, definitely. There we go, that looks about right. So let's try it with this change. Something weird. I wonder if did we disable it in another file maybe? Because I definitely like disable the low frequency. I'll double check after, I'm gonna try after reloading, we'll see if it still does that. All right, we're gonna do a check real quick because this is suspicious. If it doesn't move, then we know it was disabled somehow. In another file, this low section. See? Oh, no, it's pretty synced there. There we go, okay. So how come it didn't look good with the other ones? Hey man, how's it going? I'm syncing the model animation to music, and I'm trying to fix a thing with the, I plugged in a different music file, and the low frequency, like the bass, trying to tune that. Okay. Let's test it out with the waypoints and randomize the settings. This one is really like, he's like flying away. I'm on play it again with different settings. Oh, and let's set the animate percent to 100. I always get to do that because then the only part of the model is moving. I might just make it an advanced setting or something because I don't really know how useful that is. There we go. See, like, I think most people probably would not want one mesh just like chilling at the starting. Yeah, so I'm gonna move this one to here, and it won't be affected by the random. All right, cool. That's not bad. So let's go back to the old song and make sure that when we tuned it differently, it didn't make it much worse. Okay, this is the old song. Yeah, looks pretty good too. All right, cool. All right, cool. So now let's run it again, but make a lot of them stationary just to double check that was still working because I think we changed something that. Right. I gotta reload it. And then we can check. And then we'll work on the next thing, which is fixing the loading. So only a few things should move here. Nice, cool. That looks like it's working. Well, okay, so the next thing we do is move this one to the advanced settings. By default, it should be 100%. Because it's going to be rare that people want to make stuff stationary, I think. Hold on, my headphones are all tangled. I don't really, I've used all of them, but for me, 3.7 thinking has been consistently the best for my use case, but maybe it depends what you're doing. So maybe some people have better luck with the other models, but definitely not GPT. GPT is really bad. I mean, maybe for something it's better, but I've never seen it do code very well. At least, I don't know. Maybe, you know, maybe it depends what you're doing. But. Yeah, same for you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know, I'm always open to suggestions. Like if someone found like one of the models is working well for a really particular task that I, don't know yet. Be good to know. Like for example, Grok's pretty good at shaders, but not really anything else. Grok is pretty good if you're just like need to chat, but a lot of people, I think one of the new OpenAI models is pretty good in the sense that it's like cheaper and can do some basic stuff. But Gemini is pretty close to 3.7 thinking. But, cool. So we moved it over to advanced. Nice, it's here. So let's double check if I click random. Nice, it doesn't change this, so that's good. Let's just make sure it still works. So if I move all these. The old models, maybe? Yeah. I forgot which one it was, but I think it was that mini one, maybe? I think it's because... Hold on, let me try again. So apply. Nice, yeah, that worked. Wait. Everything but his pants. I'm just making sure that, that everything's still working here. So this is his helmet, I guess. I think something's a little amiss here. But to double check, I'm going to reload. Because for some reason it's changing every time I run it, so not really sure. So here, everything should move together, and there shouldn't be anything stationary. Alright, cool. That looks good. I wait to make sure everything moves. I think the advanced settings I'm okay leaving like a little buggy. I'm gonna randomize it. Oh yeah, so if all these are off, then it doesn't do anything. So we probably should make it so the random doesn't turn them all off. Okay. So I think what's happening is it's still doing random on the animate percent or something. Oh, and I can't modify the slider. Okay, that's a good indication. Oh wait, I think the random button is in here. Where is this button? Okay, it isn't here. All right. So I'm making, I'll show you, let's say send this. So this editor is going to be like a thing you can apply a lot of animations pretty easily. Like one of them, so there's like a bunch of different categories, but there's going to be like motion animations. And the idea is you can put this in like a video or a game. Because when I was working on a game, I was trying to make it so I could animate the cloth of the pirate ship, but there wasn't really a site to do it easily. So for example, like now you can select here. So if I select part of the model, then I can go to the morphs, and there's a bunch of different animations. So this is the cloth one. And once you get it how you like it by messing with the settings, you can then export it down here and put it in your game and play the animation. It works with all engines and After Effects and whatever. So what I'm working on now is this audio animation, and the idea is like if you want to try to sync it with music, maybe for like a reel or something, you just put in the model here, and that would be kind of tedious to do that yourself with the. I've been working on this for about 3 weeks now, off and mostly solid for 2 weeks, and I took a little bit of a break. All right, I haven't actually tried it with this model yet, so let's give it a shot. But I'm kind of motivated because I'm making this tool for myself too. Like I want to make videos and stuff. Maybe like a browser short film or something. Like with a bunch of models. This is an AI generated model here, so you can just. This one's not gonna, since it's just one mesh, a mesh is like a folder kind of. It's just all gonna move together. All right, cool. That's pretty good. It's kind of a bounce. All right, cool. Let me add waypoints, test it out there. Yeah. AI generated models are pretty good these days, but not that good. Like compared to that like Spartan model, it's like. You know, it's not rigged or anything. Can't really see it because of the lighting. What I'm gonna do next for this, like, this is gonna work for AI models too, is like, there's gonna be a setting where you can make a bunch of meshes based on your model. So that way, like, you can do a similar effect to what you saw with the Spartan model. So it'll just generate a bunch of meshes, and then parts of the model will be animating. I'll probably do that. Oh, right, that's what I have for today, but I don't know if we're gonna get to it. Probably tomorrow. You think it's already there? Yeah, I'm sure there's already a tool to do that, but I'm just adding a bunch of tools in here. So like, for example, you can also optimize the model. So you can select part of the model and then reduce the vertices, kind of like Blender's decimate, optimize the textures. So I'm just kind of adding a few tools that I wanted when I was working on the game. But like if you don't want to learn Blender or something, maybe you could just use that here. But it's not super hard to do the decimate with Blender. But you have to download things. But Blender is extremely powerful, so definitely it won't have a lot of the Blender stuff in here. Like it's insane what you can do. Takes a model and creates separate meshes for parts of it. Honestly, maybe that's something I should look into. Like I haven't looked at that yet. Is there already granted, well, it depends. Like if it's really good, like maybe it's able to separate it based on color. I don't know. That's not really doable, I think. I already tried that, but let's see if there's anything. Unless you use like computer vision, maybe. To select the vertices. So let's see. It could also be a Blender. It's probably a Blender. I'm sure there's like some Blender plugin for that or something. Are there any tools for Blender plugin or something? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Blender is everything, man. Interesting. Well, I'll look into this later, but yeah, that's what I want to do as well. Add something like that. Probably some simple version. Okay, it looks like it just added logs. We'll try it out. So let's just make sure I can change the slider. Oh, now I can change the slider. Okay, that's good. Let's see if it fixed it so the random doesn't let me try again, because I think we need at least one of these. I guess tilt is not working. I think I noted that. Nice. And everything's animated. That's good. Let's just make sure. I will try one more time. I think as long as, like, it's alright if the advanced settings are kind of buggy at the moment. Don't really mind. Okay, so apply, and it should move everything. Nice. All right, that's good. Now I'm gonna make sure the animate percent works. So we go here. Nice, that works too. Good. Let's push that. Okay, the next thing is I'm gonna add a export. That should be fairly easy because we already implemented that before. And we have a component for it, so. I wonder, but we should probably put the apply. We should probably put the apply audio animation like below the randomize all settings, so it's easily visible. Actually, I can just do that. It's just moving the file. I mean, moving the component there. Let's go. Audio. Is it not in here? Where else could it be? Apply audio animation. Oh yeah, that makes some sense. I put it below the randomize. Cool. Maybe change the style of this a little bit. I think it should be above the randomize. Okay, now we change the styles, which I will let it do that. Styling buttons, very important. Should probably be like green or something. Where should the export be? Maybe we should put it like probably under everything, right? Yeah, that's a pretty good button, I would say. I approve. Button. And now let's add the export. I guess just put it under. But I think we should put it. The problem is like when you enable this, it's gonna be like way down here. It's kind of annoying. Okay. So these two buttons should be like above everything. It should be like under the. Yeah. Apply audio animation, randomize all settings. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then it should be like export in the middle, right? I believe we can use these. I think we can just plug and play this export, but we'll see. All right, so first let's make sure the buttons still work and everything. So if I click apply, we need to move the loading. Okay, by default, everything should be moving, I think. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. That's pretty good. So now we have the export. Let's try it, I guess. I guess there should be an error, right? Might be taking a while to export. I can see that. This is a big operation. But let's double check. Oh my gosh, this is an insane amount of pricing. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove this because we don't need that much stuff going on. So there's this plugin where I just do Control-Shift-D, I think. All right. All right, so we got more stuff. Audio animation player 342. Nice. Okay, so no more prints. Can I export? Scene access function not available. Alright, hold on. Let me randomize. Now let's move that loading over here. I notice whenever I have the city model, then people start joining. It must visually look maybe interesting on the thumbnail or something. I'm not really seeing much movement. Oh, it's because of this. Remember, you don't press Shift Enter when you're giving context for the. Oh no, because I'm very careful not to add extra context. It's the biggest thing for the performance of the models is like be very careful with adding unnecessary code when you're sending, because the more you send, the less well it performs. So I attach the files directly that it needs. I'm a little confused why it's not moving with the beat anymore. Take spaces and new lines as context. I think that is probably okay. Like spaces and new lines. Like I don't think that's doing a whole lot. But definitely adding unnecessary code is gonna confuse it at times, but also just make it perform worse. Extra embedding tokens. Wait, what's going on here? It's not really moving with the beat anymore, so there's something changed or something's going on with the settings. Not really sure. What's going on? Let me add the, make sure that we didn't change anything with the. I removed the waypoints, I guess. I'm gonna make sure I did just like no waypoints or anything. Let's see if it's moving with the beat there. There we go. Okay. So now let's add the waypoints. Nice. Okay. So I don't know what is it. Just like some sort of setting that happens sometimes. It might be some of these, maybe. Hey, that's my girlfriend. Well, I'm glad at least it's not broken. Let me see if the export works maybe now. Okay. One second here. Oh no. So it definitely is some setting here is messing with the something to do with the random. Oh, it's this right here. So we need to turn this back up. Okay. So that's what's happening. Oh, no problem, Vishnu. Yeah, I'll probably make a condensed video soon of like all the things that are, because there's some counterintuitive stuff too. Like, why is it, bro? I know that something it's doing with some of these settings on the random is breaking it. Oh, nice. Now it works. Okay. So what setting changed here? Let's see. Wasn't these? That's pretty interesting. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of the settings here so we can compare when it does break which setting is responsible. My girlfriend says it's giving One Punch Man. That's funny. It's true. I was thinking Inception, but all right. But so we'll wait till it breaks again and then we'll compare. But for now, let's move on to the next thing, which is the export. Let's see if it is erroring out here. Apply animation. Oh, okay, cool. So I'll apply the animation, then export. But I have to wait till it starts running. Okay, then export. All right. You know, I might need to do something, which is just make a separate export. Hold on, what was the error though? Okay, please. Oh, I think I know why. I think I know what's going on here. So I'm gonna go ahead and discard the changes in this file. I'm always careful of discarding because I hate losing stuff. What the heck? That's crazy. Like stores what it was gonna do. I can give it a grad name. All right, I think it's gonna. It usually is pretty successful at creating these exports. Yeah, actually, I think this is good. Oh, when I discarded, I removed one change I did. All right, cool. I'll probably just keep randomizing until we run into the crashing thing. Oh, I think it's because it changed the file. Oh, it already finished. That's fast. I wonder if this works. Oh, here's the export. Interesting. Okay, we'll try it. Okay, so I'll just keep it simple, just the simple settings. So then we'll see if we can export it. Okay, interesting. Include audio animations. I don't think we yet. Well, we'll see. Huh. Well, it's a good sign it downloaded. We'll go ahead and check it out in a sec. I want to see what this animation does real quick. All right, cool. Nice. All right, so now let's validate that what it exported is in the file. And to do that, I have this section here on the site. So yeah, upload it. Okay, no animation clips available. So it didn't quite work, which is not surprising because usually there's something we gotta do. That's a file call. I like the UI that it did for the export. I think that makes sense. Put it there. Don't forget the thank you. Oh yeah, that's critical. I don't know if thank yous work better or threats. Like, my life will end if you do not succeed. All right, so let's. This is a little simple. It doesn't have all the waypoints and stuff. So let's try this, and I'll maybe remove that. Well, that's a good sign. It's taking maybe a little longer because maybe it's got the animation clip in it now. So I'm gonna check if it does. I dragged it in. There we go. Okay, we got no animation clips. I guess it's not really too surprising. Let's see if we can see if there's any errors or anything. Oh, it's still generating code for that last change, so that's probably why. Right. I think that's probably the issue here. It just didn't modify the other component because I think that component has the animation clip. So. Oh, what the heck? Oh no, this isn't. They're making a new component. I don't really like that. What is this for? No. What is this? No. We have the animation clip because it's playing, so we don't need any new components. So I reject this. Let me check something. I think it's what I said earlier, which is that the animation clip's in this file. So let's double check. It should be saved somewhere. In Canvas, it's got to be currently playing somewhere. Play is playing. Oh, it's this right here, animation updater, right? Mixer ref current update. Hold on. When we do this, it returns the animation clip. All right. So I'm gonna pass in all the files that matter. And then once I have like where the animation clip is, then it's just a matter of passing it to the export. So that's where I was when it's playing is true. Automation dot play. I don't know. It still thinks this audio animation controller. Huh. Wait. Oh. Okay, so there's gonna be a bigger change because the way that we did this, we didn't create the animation clip. We're just sort of like animating it, but I don't think it's too challenging. Done it with the other ones. Ah, okay. All right, well, that's the issue then. Let's go ahead and change our implementation so that audio animation is also creating an animation clip as we go. Animation clip and returning it to which is what the mixer. Well, now I'm a little confused because how could it play an animation without the animation clip? That's kind of like an essential part of what we're doing here. How's it even possible? Okay. I saw a funny video, something like a day in the life of a vibe coder, and he keeps saying you're a senior technical engineer. Yeah, I mean, I think stuff like that helps a bit. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those examples, right? It's like I kind of assumed this whole time that we were creating an animation clip, but we weren't. So I hope this isn't too big of a change we have to do. I think it should be okay. Okay, so this is gonna be a big change, so I'm just gonna commit my current stuff. Yeah, one good prompt is well, two good prompts. One is when you're really struggling with a bug, say take a drastic approach. Sometimes it'll add wacky code, but it will work and it helps you figure out what is wrong. And then the second one is be concise with the changes, like because Cloud has a tendency to add a bunch of random stuff, very ambitious. And a lot of times you don't want just like a bunch of random fallback code and stuff. It kind of wastes context space in the future. I have to rebuild, I think. I guess just let me make sure I didn't keep that change up here. Oh, I did. Are we actually using this though? I don't think so. Eh. What in the world? Did I commit this? No. Oh, I did. Here I did. Oh, oops. So I'm going to do that last commit because I accidentally committed some bad stuff. So I'll wait for it to finish generating first, then I'll stash it. So when there's a lot of steps to finding out what the issue is, I forget what was the actual issue. Yeah, you gotta really work to its strengths, I think. Okay, cool. So now what I'm gonna do, accept it, stash it, reset head. Okay, we're gonna remove the changes it did here. And it's possible it'll have a merge conflict, I guess. Oh, it didn't. Okay. Overwritten by merge. Fun, fun. That's annoying. All right, let's just commit this part. There we go. I gotta solve this merge conflict. Don't want that. Yeah, take this. This is the stash changes. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, remove this. All right. So now let's see if we have any errors, which I hope we don't. Nice, no errors, so it's good. And then let's go ahead and test the animation clip again. I'd be very surprised if this works first try, but you never know, I guess. Yeah. Because we're basically trying to redo how we did this. So which is better for Vibecoding? Cloud or for me it's Cloud 3.7 is better. Both are good. Yeah, I do agree they are They kind of their personalities. So some are better than some. Like for example, Gemini is better for more surgical kind of code changes. But in general, I have better luck with Claude. That's just me personally. Probably depends partly like what you're doing. And then you think, yeah, exactly. I agree with Vishnu. Like 3 to 5% probably, maybe 10, but somewhere in that range. Like. All right, let's see if we're running the same error. Oh, no way, is it actually playing? That's crazy. So that works. Well, the real test here is if the export works. I guess I'm happy it's playing though. That's good. All right. Okay, so it added the export button. Let's go ahead and try that. Let's see what happens if I have no animation clip playing. Doesn't do anything. But if I maybe apply the basic one. I'll wait till it finishes though. All right. Let's test it. Oh, you're kidding. That actually worked. Okay. But this problem might actually be in this page. Unclear. No, it says the animation clip's 3 seconds. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and accept that. I'm actually surprised. I thought this would take an hour. But that took like 10 seconds. Not 10 seconds, 2 minutes. But it definitely did export it, so that means it was saving a clip. All right. So the only thing can Control J and drag and drop from there itself. Ah. Let me check that out. Control J doesn't do anything for me. I'm on a MacBook, so but I did Command J as well. All right. Let's go ahead and try the wave or the waypoints and see if it still exports with that. That'll kind of be a test. And then randomize the settings. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, it's the full length, but something is not quite right. I assume that's when the music kicked in, but for some reason it's clearly not saving correctly. So let's debug that for a while. Oh, we got some problems. Oh, it's still generating code. That's probably the reason. All right. I'll just try with the simple settings to start. Make sure it gets that right, and then. All right, now we'll export it. I'm just gonna skip ahead, I guess. Okay, I think it's the same issue. I don't just make sure. It's this one, right? Can you? Well, there's a few things here, right? All the settings are being saved into the shield. The exported animation doesn't match with the playback that we see. as to whether the animation clip, I mean, the first thing we want to validate is that what we see is the animation clip. Only, right? We don't want anything else modifying the model besides the animation clip. I think that's probably the issue right there. Just out of curiosity, let's generate a ton of these waypoints and see what it exports. Here's having a real-time playback in the canvas. Yeah, so we don't want that. We don't want that stuff. Oops. Oh man, this is a huge change. Creates the clip here. Ideally, it does not do that because we wanted to create the clip in the other file and then it returns it. Well, we'll see what it looks like if it looks good, but I don't know. Ultimately, though, I think this is not really the AI's fault. I should have noticed that it was not using the right approach at the beginning there, but that's all right. It's fixable. It'll just take a little time. Okay, I stopped it because it's going into files that are unrelated. Let's just see if it runs with the new changes because it changed a lot of stuff. So we'll see. Hey, Sri, how's it going? I think I'm gonna reject the last changes. I feel like this is one of those scenarios where I'm gonna have to direct it a little more. Because I wanted to create the animation clip and then just return it that we can use it pretty good. It's working on this tool here. I want to make sure after rejecting that changes that it still is. Why is it playing multiple times? All right, I'm gonna reload the page. Oh, did it not actually send this? New programming, trying to learn from the beginning, data science related. Cool, cool. Yep. Yep. That's where I'm from. Yeah, Claude is kind of a yes man. It's just always like flattery at the beginning. Doesn't really matter what you say. Like you're like, hey, should I do this? Like yes, always. It's like okay. It's not very helpful. Gemini's much better for that. Like actually disagreeing with you. Yeah, right. It's always like, did you guys see the controversy about OpenAI making a model that sort of just flatters you? Like I get it. Like no one likes to be criticized. Yeah, I agree. The prices are not too bad. Like considering what you know, the time that you're saving and what you're making. It can add up though if you're not careful. Also, if you guys want to join we have like a Discord if you're interested. It kind of just has like AI news stuff and just chatting. Oh, that was a really small change. Let's create an update for function. Okay, this looks good because it's actually storing the rotations this time. Like we saw last time that we checked, it was just like this bouncing stuff. Yeah, sure. I'll send you guys. Actually, I should just put it in the description or something. Actually, just add me on Discord. I'll add you to this to the. I kind of forgot. Well, my Discord is just this. That's literally my Discord. Just add me and then I'll add you to the Discord there. Cursor has had a glitch when you reach your monthly limit. You can just buy 1 month and refund immediately. Really? Man, I wish I would have known about that. That's kind of cool. All right. Well, it's made some changes that might fix some of our export problems. So let's check it out. So I'm going to go ahead and apply the animation again. This one's a complex animation. So if it works with this, then it'll work with any change really. So I'll export it. Lags to hell when it's exporting. All right, mute it so I can. All right. Just, it's 3 seconds long again. So I imagine it's because we discarded some changes. I'm going to make a separate branch for this because we're just going to have so many changes at the end of the day. Let's see here. I think these changes worked. I don't think there was any problem with them. So I'm just going to make a new branch for the current stuff. It's going to be so the first thing is fix that bug with the with the 3 second long thing. Then once we do that, then we'll make sure it stores all the rotations and things into the animation clip. Because basically, like, it's just storing position right now. I think, like, it seems to be moving in the right direction. So we just need to make sure it gets everything. And I think then we should be good. Nice. Okay, so that's a simple fix there. I'll probably push that just, or I mean, commit that so we save it. Because I don't see any rotation. It's just sort of, yeah. Okay, so let's apply it again. I assume it's done now? Question mark? Yeah, cool. Wait, is it moving? Okay, it is, yeah. I will wait till the beep plays before exporting. It's a little weird because usually it's moving more things, so I'm just gonna make sure by randomizing and applying again. Uh, I'm just making sure it didn't break what our stuff is doing. Okay, okay. So it's doing some stuff still. Okay, now we're gonna export it. Nice, okay, so it's got the full length clip. So now let's see. Okay, still the bouncy stuff, but at least it's the full length clip, so that's some progress. But the only modifications to the model are the animation clip playing. For example, okay, and I think we committed, right? Okay. So I'm just gonna make sure always commit when you have some small progress here. Hey Rob, how's it going, man? Watch it for some relief. Sure, man. Feel free to send it to me on the, or put it in the Discord maybe, so other people can look at it as well if you want. Okay. So I think it's still working. Oh, but the changes just applied, I think. Okay, this is gonna be a pretty big change, so we'll see if this works as intended. Yeah, thanks, Rob. We also did it with like a city model, which looks cool. But I have a feeling this change here is gonna probably do some stuff. I'm not really sure what it will do, but okay. So I'm probably gonna keep it simple. Well, no, I'll just try the most complex animation to see if it still works. Well, I guess the good news is it's still animating, even with all those changes. We'll see once the drums kick in if it still does interesting things. All right, all right. I'm actually kind of happy with this because the issue is that before it was doing something different than the animation clip, but now it's the same. So now we can focus on fixing the problem with the animation clip. I'm gonna commit because just to save. All right. Appears to have some bounciness to it. We want the animation clip to have all of the settings that we currently apply. So make the changes so it's correctly using the animation clip, modifying the animation clip for the model changes. I think it's just those two files. And I think there should be no other changes besides those two. Cool. You've been trying to get Godot MCP to work on the cursor and on the function. Can help out. Sure. Why do you want to use MCP? Because I don't think it works very well, the Godot MCP. Do the same with Blender. Blender's MCP is pretty good, I guess. But I've noticed a lot of people on Twitter, they're just sort of writing the scripts directly and then plugging into Blender. So I don't really know if that's the best way to do it. The MCP, that is. I'm gonna reload here. All right, while it generates, I think it's going to keep generating, I think. Yeah, okay. I'm going to go ahead and, well, maybe I should monitor it because I think it's going to do some weird stuff. All right, let's see what else it's doing. I think that's okay. Let me check here. Yeah, control for a flight path keyframes only. What does that even mean? Well, we'll see what it looks like now. And if, whoops, what did I upload? There's no waypoints in this one. Why Vibecode 3D Animator? I'm doing it because I want one, I guess. I don't know if you're asking why I'm vibe coding it or if why I'm building it, but I kind of want a simple animator that I can easily apply a bunch of presets. So it appears to not be saving the rotation and other types of movements into the animation clip. I'm going to go ahead and remove these two because I don't really want them because I don't know what it is. Yeah, so this one's going to sync with like music. It sort of worked pretty well before, but I have to make some changes so that way we can export it correctly. All right, it's I don't really care about the waypoints at the moment. I just want to get the whole, so I'm gonna just creating a chat here. This appears to be not be saving the rotation. Other types of yeah. So just this we want. Planning to use Animator for video game. I kind of want to use it for both the game I'm working on, but also the like any videos. I'll show you the animations so far that I would use for like videos. Like let's say I'm working on some sort of explaining video. You could have like a kind of like a animation where it splits apart the um, whatever you're trying to explain, and then you can like highlight it. Are you cool with Rob says, are you cool with going through the steps you did a couple weeks ago, getting Godot MCP running? Had it working for a minute. Yeah, so you know, in that one video with the Godot MCP, I spent the first 2 hours setting up the Godot, or no, it was the first hour setting up the Godot MCP and using it. And yeah, so it should be in that video, but granted, it's kind of long, right? So maybe I could condense it or something. So with these animations, you can just like click random and get, and these are all exportable. Just the one I'm working on is I gotta change so it can be exported. Like, I guess that could be like some sort of, I don't even know. Some people call it an Iron Man simulator. So yeah. Like that could be like a death animation maybe. Like you shoot him. Kind of stupid, but yeah, that makes sense, Rob. That's kind of like one of the problems with the live streams. It's kind of hard to identify like very quickly certain things. Let's see. Okay, this is good. This is a good change here. I think this might help us with the rotation being stored correctly. But yeah, these both were animated with the, like these are like a morph. So you can select an area. So let's say, and this is a model generated by AI, this one. I can select an area and do some of these, these animations modify the model. So the other ones were motion, just only motion. So this is like grow shrink one. This is a cloth one. So I wanted to use this for, because I was working on a game and I wanted to animate the sails and I couldn't find a service for that. So this is what I can use for to do this. I just select the sails using these tools, and then you can export it into your game or whatever, or some sort of movie. Jeez. All right, let's see if it finished here. Cool. All right, I'm pretty curious to see if this will work as intended. I'm gonna upload the other model. Okay, so let's apply it. I don't see any rotation yet, but we'll see when the beat is kicking in. All right, it's still just bouncing. That's all right. At least it's bouncing with the beat. I mean, could be worse. But you know, let's go ahead and just check the waypoint stuff, just out of curiosity, if that's working with the new animation clip. All right, I think I know what I'm gonna do now. What I'm gonna do is put a pin in the export because I want to work on some other things at the moment, and I want to go back to here and add more settings. First, I want to make sure everything still works on this branch. All right, I'm gonna make sure it still animates with the music. Then I'm gonna set the waypoints, make sure that works, and then I'm gonna start making a few more settings I want to work on. All right, that's working pretty well. All right, let me apply with the waypoints now, but I need to generate this first. All right, cool. All right, that's cool. All right, I'm gonna go get a coffee real quick. I'll be right back. I'm probably not gonna do. Yeah, I could make a quick tutorial of the Godot MCP, but probably a video of it sometime. Maybe I'll just kind of condense the one that we did. I don't know why it's glitching out like that sometimes. Yeah, I wonder why it's glitching out. Let me think. It's definitely do with the rotation, I think. So I create a new chat. So when we click the generate or the apply and all these buttons, we should have some feedback on the buttons. Right now we have this loading thing. But it's not in this file. It's down here, I think. Show loading progress. Let's move it to the button. Let's see, hold on a second. Oh, I see. All right, let's just ask it then. And also, let's add some feedback to the settings button. Should say all settings randomized. Here after 2 seconds. And what else? I think that's it. Just those two. See how big is this file? Okay, this file's not too big yet. Yo, man, can you make out time to create a short video? Sure. Yeah, sure. Make a devlog or something. Kind of show what I'm doing. Oh yeah. I accidentally froze it because I should probably mute myself so you don't hear my chewing. Nice. Okay, I mean, that's fine for now. Okay, the loading is still gone. Oh. Weird. I'm planning to finish it within the next, or at least get like most of it done, probably in the next 2 weeks. And then the GitHub, I'll post it if like some people want to work on it. Or there's maybe like 3 to 4 people. But I'll think about it. All right, let's see if the loading was fixed. Oh, nice. That looks great. It doesn't work yet, but okay. And the only other thing is like when I click randomize, it should actually it's fine. I mean, what other settings we should add? Maybe like I guess we could always transition to another thing. We could work on the face animations. I need to get a model of a face though. Okay, that would probably work. Yeah, that would work pretty good. What was it saved as again? What was the file called? Oh, it's just called face. Okay. Godot MCP. I was using this one when I looked up Godot MCP. I was using this one here, coding solo. I don't know, Rob. You remember the Godot MCP wasn't any good. Why do you want to use it? I mean, maybe it's better now, but why not just modify the files directly? That was like much faster. Remember? Oh, for some reason the face isn't here. Is it like, oh, there it is. It's over here for some reason. Okay. So what I'm thinking for this, like how to do this, is like the user selects all the components of the face. So they say, okay, this is the eyebrows. Like I'll make a new tool that's like face selector or something. And then they go through and they select each. And then for every expression, we'll probably start with like mad or something. It's gonna morph everything they selected. And we'll probably just have them select the eyes, the nose, the eyebrows, and the mouth. I'll show you guys what we can do with this. So this is on the 3GS website for morphs. It's actually a 3GS examples. And I'll show you, it's really quite good, the types of stuff you can do. So this is how I got the idea, right? Like, it's clearly capable of doing, adding all the animations to the face. I wonder if we should have it so, I think for now we'll leave the eyes. We'll just do the eyebrows and the nose, and the mouth's going to be a little tricky, I think. Oh, and they have these control sections, so that might be. Yeah, they got a lot. I mean, this is we're not gonna do to start. It's gonna be simple, just a few morphs. So we're gonna use just the eyebrows and the. I think maybe we'll just start with the eyebrows because this makes life a little easier. And then so the first thing we're gonna create a new tool. I'll make sure I'm okay. Good. Well, I'm gonna create a new real quick while we're waiting to is like make a new icon. We'll log in over here. Make me an icon for a face selector tool. Should be a symbol representing a face, transparent background, and that's it. Okay, and then while we're waiting for that, we're creating a new tool called face selector tool. It's the user should be able to select 6 different parts of the face, 2 eyebrows, 2 eyes, nose, mouth. For now, just implement the UI for this. And I'm gonna attach some examples. Make it in the same pattern as these, like this tool. And I'll just attach the lasso tool. Okay, I think that's it. And the image for the tool is called face selector.png. Okay, not a zoom. Not a zoom, just make it a face. Okay, and then run that. Yeah. So Rob says we didn't use MCP plus modifying code directly. So you're thinking of using it for like debugging and stuff. But I don't know, man. Like it's not like it's saving you a lot of time because to check the errors is not. You just go into Godot and click the errors and then you copy paste. So it almost feels like just overhead. That's not gonna. But feel free to try it. Let me know if it works. I guess you never know, man. And it's been a while since we tried it. At least 3 weeks, I think. So it might be better now. It's possible. All right, so I'm gonna put those images. Okay. Let's just see if it works out of the bat. At least the UI part of it. Oh, nice. Yeah, I see we got a little tool over here with a smiley face. Cool. That's really all we wanted. Let's see if it created the right files. Yeah, it did. Nice. Okay. I'm going to put this in a new branch. My computer's getting a little laggy for some reason. Face animation. Oh, we got to make this scrollable. No, we'll just move the. So if I go to animation UI, I'm going to move it so I can see the component. It's hard to see. It's this div here. Nice. Okay, so it's right here. I don't know why my computer's so laggy at the moment. So now let's implement the new tool we added. I guess it's just going to store locations. That's pretty much it, and then passes it over to the next file. So we're going to ask it to create this implementation here. Let's implement this tool. It should allow you to select 6 places, allow you to select all 2 eyebrows, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. Try to direct the user on how it works when they select direct the user. And store the state. Ever heard of BVH files? Thought of implementing it. It's a bad move. I don't know what that is. Let me look it up here. Common format for storing motion capture data. Oh yeah. So that would be like, yeah, I haven't really heard much about this. I guess let's see, can I store it and convert BVH to GLB? So I'm not really sure. Once they complete the selections, they should be allowed to skip any of them if they want. If anyone wants to join the Discord, let me know. Feel free to just add me on the. Okay, it looks like it's going to be generating some UI as we select, which sounds good. I'm glad I created a new file for that. Oh wait, no. This last change I don't really want because it should be using the existing files that we created. I kind of figured that it would have it because it's in the chat, but I think what I'm gonna do is create a new chat and just attach those files that we created. Let's attach the new files, selector, this one, and maybe the editor, I guess. I don't want to attach too much, but I think those 2 files are pretty small, so. What was it? I must have attached too much stuff because it's trying to do weird stuff. So I will remove the editor from what I've attached. I remove this change here. And whatever it's doing here, I remove that. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, that looks good. Oh, what the heck is that? User guidance. Well, I guess we'll see what that looks like. I've never seen that before. All right. Well, I'm gonna play a little music. Let's see if it works. All right, so if I click this, should be able to do something. Looks like I don't have much selection, so I think there's something missing here. It's probably just missing a hookup to the main editor there. I didn't realize like I need to select this tool to press the buttons. That's kind of interesting. Pretty slow for some reason. I'm gonna mess around with the audio animation while I wait. What if we generate like a ton, like just an insane amount of waypoints? What will happen? So I'm curious to see what happens when it actually starts animating with the. Okay, it actually kind of works with the. I mean, that's 120. All right, let me see if it finished now. Cool. Let's check what it did though, real quick. Oh, we'll see. I think I'm gonna close a bunch of tabs because for some reason my computer is just like dying. Don't really know what's going on. Oh, nice. That looks pretty good. All right, let's try it. Click on the model to select this facial feature. Let me reload the page though, just in case. I don't really like the changes I made in this file, so I'm gonna go ahead and reject that. Oh, but it's still generating. Oh no, stop. Take a look at editor scene. Why do I not have the ability to select to the components of the face? And I'm just gonna attach one of these files, probably this one. Might take a look at two things because I'm curious. Usually when it can't do simple stuff, it's a good idea to check how big these files are getting. So if I look at the editor scene, it's possible that one's maybe getting too big. Oh no, this one's really small actually. So I did add some prints so we can validate. Oh. Okay. So you need to add a visualization on the editor when we click the model. Add it. Pop up. Similar to like when I click here, there's this camera tool active. That's in the editor, so pop up to guide the user for each click. Yeah, Joffrey, it's definitely there's a point where you have to be very careful. Like the way I'm able to get stuff done is try to avoid as much reading of code as possible. So I'm not really afraid to duplicate code. So for example, all of these motion animations, if I was to try to stick them in the same, if I was trying to make this an animation player that plays all of the animations, kind of like similar to a human would, like if we were coding this, we'd want to have like reusable components. We would want not to duplicate tons of code everywhere. But the problem is the AI is not very good at surgical changes to large amounts of code. So in order to, it is very good at generating code that is actually very good, especially for a prototype. But once you get to a certain point and you're passing in a lot of code, that's where the generations are going to start breaking down. It's not really like it can't really do this. Like you might, I've definitely had points in my project where I'm like, man, maybe the AI can't accomplish this task, but then I'll approach it a little differently and be like, all right, well, let's just totally, make a separate page for this whole feature. Like literally just extract out everything. The problem is like you add any edge cases to existing code. Like let's say even simple things. Basically what I'm saying is the bottleneck is reading code. So you really need to minimize that as much as possible. And I mean, this is probably a good demonstration of like, at the beginning, I'm able to generate a lot of tools really simply. I'm noticing it's struggling on this this facial animation tool, and this one's really easy. I just select relative to the other stuff it generated. but I can see it's I'm not able to click at the moment. So let's see what that could be. And one thing I like to check if I'm having trouble is like how big these files are getting. But this one is actually not that big. So I'm going to go ahead and ask it to. Okay, so definitely not that. But generally, it's a little bit counterintuitive, I think. And with the game as well, like once you hit like 1,000 lines and you're trying to pass it in, it's going to break down. Like all the models, Gemini. It's like, I'm sure in the future they'll be better. So right now, the editor, the face selector tool, it's not registering, not seeing prints either. Try to identify why this could be. I'll just attach the relevant files here. So, okay, so passing specific file to edits and making sure everything, exactly. And definitely as the code base gets bigger, just attaching is a minimal code, like just the direct files or even just the location within the file. Because every time it has to go find it, it's running extra context stuff. So it does help to have a kind of understanding of like how exactly your code is structured. So you can, like, basically just what is where, which file roughly where it is. And I think one good prompt that I'm about to try, if it fails again, is the drastic prompt. So I just say try a drastic approach, and usually it does a pretty good job with that. Okay, we'll see. We'll fix that after. But I'm gonna reload just to make sure. I'm looking at the logs here, so I'm gonna paste the logs probably as well. For some reason, it's actually adding this stuff, which I don't really want. Okay, nice. So that shows. Okay, let's see if I click now. I don't see any registration of that. Time to try the drastic approach now. But before I do that, I'm just gonna quickly read through the changes, like scan through and see if I want to keep most of it here. Because the direct prompt will sometimes do some wacky stuff. So I mean the drastic prompt. So I don't really want this stuff that I did. Okay, I think most of it is fine. I'm probably gonna commit and I undo some of the changes later. It should register the location, save the location in the state, which is called, I'm gonna go in the logs here. It's called left eyebrow, right eyebrow. Etc. Based on what step we are on. In other words, we have to raycast from oh yeah, I think I'm not attaching one of the files that we need for this, because the lasso tool uses a raycast thing. Oh yeah. How the lasso tool is doing the raycasting. I'm okay attaching those files because I don't think they're super big. No, they're just a few hundred lines, I think. So I think the drastic approach prompt is like 3 for 3 at this point, so we'll see. At least today. What is this? Oh no, that's not really. I thought I was doing some real wacky stuff. You never know with the word drastic. Okay, we'll try it. Okay, we've added some interesting things up there. I'm gonna go ahead and reload. But, oh, I just realized something. Might have to do with the model that I loaded in. I'm gonna try a simpler model just to check. Okay, cool. That's a good sign actually, because we'll be able to at least get an error that we can fix, and then see if it works. So I'm gonna make sure it works with the simpler model, and then we can fix it. Oh, I just realized that's probably why. That's a huge change. But at least there was an error. And generally when there's an error, it'll do better. Oh my gosh, is that the reason? That this was hidden?